I should be live any second. You guys let me know when you can hear me and see me. Oh, okay, cool. Hi. Well, that is disconcerting. I'm just going to turn my face off from that other screen. I don't know why, but I keep expecting to hear voices back. For the record, it's like a minute delay, and so it's really, it kind of throws me off a little bit because I'm just like, do I start? Do I go? Do I go? Hi everybody. Just give me 1 second here. Just got to sort something out. Oh wow, and I don't have that open at all. Okay, I'm really sorry guys. I just need a second to get my stuff sorted. I just didn't want to start late, but hello everybody. Alrighty, so I got to get this open. Okay, and I gotta get something else open. Sorry, I'm here. I'm so sorry that we are having such a patchy start to this particular stream. Oh, what's happening? Oh no, Jessica, you're in the tornado alley as well. I'm gonna keep my eyes open for Katie as well. I know that she was in the path for tornado last time. Hello everybody. All right, so I did just want to say that I think this might become my time slot, if that makes sense. You know, for a little while, all last month we were trying to work out when was going to work and when wasn't going to work, and I think this is the time that kind of works best for me. So this might just be when it settles down, and occasionally I might do one outside of this time frame to try and just like let people who haven't had a chance to catch a stream catch one with us, but other than that, this is probably going to be a good regular time, just because it allows me to like make use of the best part of my awakeness in the day, but I can also go as late into the night as I like as well, and I like having that option. Yeah. Alrighty, so first up, we have to update our Pokedex. So let me just pull this up and hope I've remembered to turn off all the spoilers. Are we back? Okay, right. I'm back guys. Mr. Bones came in and let me know. Yep, the panic is hitting the chat, but I promise it comes back in a second. Okay, I've given it a beat to trickle on through, but I promise the sound will be back with you guys in a minute. Anyway, so Pokedex. There you go. Thanks guys. Thank you for letting me know. So I'm just going to run through what I was saying again because I was just burbling on. Basically we have the old Pokedex and then we updated it with our 3 new characters, which I'm using my cursor to point at, but I've just realized you guys can't see. But we filled out a nice chunk of that middle column. So we got Jigglypuff, Psyduck, who are here. We had Jigglypuff, there we go, Jigglypuff, Psyduck, and Noodle Boy. So it was good to get through 3 last time. I have a couple of like twofers this time around, where if you pick the color, I'm going to make both of the ones in that color, but mostly it's because they're from the same evolutionary chain and they're pieces of the same shape and size. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. I am going to open up the little game document, and I'm going to let you guys pick a color again, because I thought that was fun last time. In the meantime, I'll leave the Pokedex up on the screen for you guys to absorb. I think it's going to look really, really cool once we start filling in a lot more of that purple gap, because it's just like, I love hyper detailed things. I might even get it printed as a poster for my wall when it's done. I just think that could be a lot of fun. Alrighty, that document is opening now. Sound is in and out. Let me know if that continues. I have made Espeon. This is just the first 150 that I'm showing on the screen here. If well, that document opens. So if we scroll down, Espeon is like bottom left hand, like right down there. So we've done quite a few up to the end of Gen 4, and then if we scroll and scroll and scroll, hopefully this isn't making anybody as dizzy as it's making me. Whoop. You can see little Lechonk all by himself down there. Which really I should just cut the image size until we get started down there, but for now, this is everything. All the way back up to the top again. And I got it in layers, which is why you keep peeking the old one behind. Okay, so, oh, I turned off the new one. There we go, old one. So I have our choices document open. Just gonna check it for spoilers. I'm so prepared, you guys. I don't know how I've had the most scattered morning. Every time I've gone to do something, I've ended up picking up something else, moving to a third location and started doing, again, a third task. I've just never been quite this scattered before, I don't think. It's like I get up to get a drink of water, realized I needed my water bottle, walk into the room that had my water bottle in it, pick up my phone and leave the room. Meanwhile, there's a glass out on the counter. Like, it's just... All right, that's good, that's there. Those are hidden. Oh, I do not like that I did not set this up beforehand. I'm so sorry. Let's do window capture. And I'm going to try not to spoil anything for you, okay? Okay. So you should be seeing the color choices on the screen there. And me. I want to be facing the other way, so hold on one second. We're just doing this live. This is just, we're not the most organized today, and we are doing this live. So, what you can see on the screen here at the moment is our choices for today. I really want to see what you guys are saying in chat, so I'm just going to move you across. Oh, we've already got people saying numbers. That's okay, guys. I've worked out how to do polls now. So we're actually going to have a poll, and then we will go with whatever the polls say. So let me just remember how to set this up. Full screen. And wait for the chat to load. There we go. And we're going to start a poll. Oh, why is that across the middle of the screen? That's no good. Nobody cheat. I apologize. I'm a professional. Alrighty, so I'm gonna try and set up this poll. We had it working when we were doing the little wolf last week. Hi Sabrina! Glad you could join. Sorry, if I glance up and I see someone saying hello, I'm gonna say hello back, but don't just spam the chat with hi. Pokemon? Add option. How do I change that from yes? Let's go 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. The poll should be with you guys shortly, and we'll get a more accurate reading as to, because last time we kind of just had to guess which one looked the most accurate. All right, let's bring my little chat window back up. So So basically how this works is each one of these colors corresponds to a Pokemon. I have... One of these is a lie. I know who's behind one of these doors, and the color on top is not correct. But that's okay. That's just part of the fun, I guess. I'm just gonna quietly change that color. I don't know if it lets you guys change your votes. Sorry. But we'll see how we go. Okay, we'll give it a second. We've had 85 votes. Yeah, that's most of you guys have had a chance to vote. So let's, I don't know, close poll. Will close poll give me the answer? Well, one of these options is a lie, the king theory. It was blue. I mean, sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. It's always been red. It did not give me the poll result when I closed the poll. So I guess I'm not quite as good at this as I thought. How about if I go back to this window? Oh, it looks like number 2 won with 32% of the vote. I hope that matches up for everybody else, but it looks like some people might be getting an ad in a second. So I might just hold off doing the reveal until then. Oh, wait, nope, 4 is it back at 33%? I thought I closed it, but I guess it's still trickling through. Wow, these are close. Back to number 2. Okay, well, we'll leave it. Wow, so lots of people for 2 and a lot of people for 4. You guys, that's not helpful. I'll leave the poll open until the ad finishes running, and then we'll work out what to do with y'all, because you're misbehaving. We're going to do more than one today, so whichever one doesn't get picked first, you'll get a chance later to pick another one. So don't worry too much. I'm really curious to know if 4 was this exciting before I realized it was a lie. Did I accidentally reveal what it was? Is that why we're excited? Thanks, Mr. Bones, for the live updates. Hi, Renee. Thanks for watching. Okay, I am ending the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The poll has ended. And it looks like, oh my goodness, number 4 won with 33% of the vote, closely followed by number 2 at 32%. So we are going with number 4 first off. Okay, so how does that work, you may ask? Well, I turn on my little eraser tool and we very slowly and carefully remove, the color is called raspberry, which is delightful. We remove this square. Now, I want to see your guesses in the chat. Who do you think number 4 is, being this raspberry color, which may or may not be representational and also started out as blue? I'll turn off the numbers and we'll just... Ooh. Ooh. I hope that's erasing and not colouring that in white. That'd be awkward. The king theory thinks it's going to be Mr. Mime. You new here? Oh, there we go. That's a little bit of a hint. Oh, a little bit of hint. Oh, where are they? Okay. They're way further north than I thought they were. Oh my goodness, where are they? Oh, there they are. Ha 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 ha. And I think that's enough of that. And it is Parasect, and they are very high up. So I'm just going to scooch them all down a little bit. There we go. I hope the others are in alignment, because if they're not, this is going to become very, very spoilery very quickly. So we are making Parasect first up today. I hope you're excited for a little mushroom crab. Any love for the mushroom crab? Yeah, there was just like a lot of demand for Mushroom Dragon last week, and so I was, or not last week, the week before, but in general I feel like you guys are a mushroom crowd, and so I thought it could be fun to make a little mushroom boy. Yeah, very not blue. Yeah, Nikki G, I told you, I'm really sorry about that. I accidentally left this square on. by accident from last week. That was Noodle Boy. So anyway, we are making Parasect today. I'm going to switch screens and we are going to get started. So there we go. Switching screens. I don't want to break these two up, but they've got a chaperone. Never fear. Move these guys out the way. And we're going to start with a little bit of sketching. Now I do have a sprite prepared. Again, I have to be very careful not to click the wrong thing and spoil everything. And every time my leg touches the desk, it quivers like a bowl full of jelly. So we're all just going to bear with me today. Respect for Parasect. That's right, mushroom. Yeah, Mars, I'm really sorry. I did explain. I had the wrong color up. I changed it to a pinky red color about halfway through that poll. But we will be voting again later, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry if there's any disappointment about the crab. So, Parasect into the notebook so that the notes can go out to the patrons. Wow. Whew. At some point I might take a break and try and do something about the wobbling. But we're just going to soldier on. Let's see. Good morning to Catherine. Hello, hello, hello. Shroob. Oh, good. Yep, we need names for the crab, but we might just like get the ball rolling first. Feel free to shout them out. If I see them, we'll go. We'll have a look at them and we will discuss. So, hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. Hope you've got your glass of water, your cup of tea. Sam V, exactly. If The Last of Us was kid friendly. Carefully. Alright, so this is my ongoing page for sketching. It's gotten very chaotic. It's going to get more chaotic before we're done. But I think our mushroom boy is going to go in this corner here. So I'm just going to start by sketching him fully. And then we'll break him down into some pieces. Because he looks complicated from the angle that the sprite is on, but realistically he's going to be mostly mushroom with some little sticks sticking out. I love that for me. Let's see. Right, bye, Lucaria. Bye-bye. Thanks for joining. Big gulp. Good choice. Lots of hydration there. So we have our mushroom, which is a very... I don't know, every time I look at this mushroom, I feel like it's a different color. It's like that white, blue, gold, black dress that swept the internet, like, I don't know even how many years ago now, where I look at it and I'm just like, oh, it's red. And I'm like, no, it's purple. No, wait, it's pink. But I think I have the right color for it today. So this looks very brown on that camera, but I'm going to hold it up to this one. What do we think about that color for his shell? Or for his shroom, I should say. I'm feeling pretty good about that color, but let me know if that's not quite right. And I got distracted from my sketching. This is the color I've decided on for him, and that's because orange is too orange, but yellow is too yellow, and all of my peaches are too pink for his crabby bits. But I feel like, oh cool, I can hold it straight onto the sprite. I feel like that's pretty close for his crabby bits. That's what we're going to do. So we've got those two colours, which, oh, they do not look nice on this camera, but they do nice in person. I wish I could have a mix between like bright sunshine yellow, like marigold yellow, and Charmander orange, something like that, but this is as close as they get to doing a colour like that, so this is what we're going to use. And then his spots on his shell, we could go, I think in this one. Yeah, sorry, that's me looking at it under the sprite and just being like, yeah, that's a pretty good match. So we have colours for that today. I have a wall of yarn next to me. Thankfully with no spoilers showing, but even if you could see it, there's a lot of green in there just because I couldn't fit it on the shelf because I restocked my shelves yesterday and it was lovely. It's called Maroon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this shade of pink as well. So... awesome, cool, I'm seeing approval of the colours. That makes me feel a lot better about proceeding. So then he's got like some white spoopy little eyes and a little head. And he's got his big boy claws. which I believe are going to be the most challenging part of this, because everything else here is relatively basic. I will go over this in a black outline in a second so you guys can see it a little better. So he does appear to have a body under there, you can see it, with some little leggies sticking out the side. He's got his armies, he's got his leggies, but no defeat. And then he's got some leggies on this side too. So those legs I would love to do the same way I did Tangler's noodles, just be like little threads. So that's the kind of size we're talking about. However, because I know that Paris is also an option at some point, which is the little orange crab with the 2 mushrooms on his back, and he's technically a smaller version of this guy, I might make this guy a little bit bigger today just to allow for Paris to be made next to him in future. I love Shermit. Shermit is adorable. Okay, and yeah, and then he's just got some spotties on his shell. So all in all, a lot of any trouble we have with this guy is going to be covered up by a mushroom, and so that just makes him a really good warm-up piece today, I think. Not that we're not going to take this seriously, but sometimes it's nice to just like ease into the first thing you crochet in a day. Start with some big eyes. Little head. Some nice big claws. His little body, which I feel like his little body is just kind of like a little like nugget, you know? Like not a lot of shape to it, just a long, probably tubey nugget. And it looks like he has, oh, so he's not a true crab. He has 2 legs and a claw sticking out on either side, which only gives him 6 limbs, which I think makes him an insect. I actually don't know what type Parasect is. Do you guys know? Is he bug poison? Because, yeah, crabs normally have 3 legs and a claw. They have 8 legs. I believe that they're like a derivative of arachnid of some kind. I'm probably wrong. Kylie's probably wrong. Wishing you could draw. I practice a lot, and I wish I was better. At one point, before Complicated Knots, I had a different thing going on where I drew a cartoon cow every day, without fail, and I got a lot better at drawing cows over those. I only ended up doing it for, I think it was like maybe 40 days, something like that. Like I kept it up for a little while. I just needed a regular project, and building something felt really, really good. So just posting them every day to Instagram felt like success, you know? But yeah, just anything with practice. I think that I can communicate ideas okay in drawing form, but I'm always really jealous of the people who can draw like art, you know, like draw things and have them like be beautiful. So we're all aspiring to something, I guess. I'm sorry, violence type if Legends Arceus. Okay, so is it Legends of Arceus or Legends Arceus? Anyway, Legends Arceus. Everybody has a problem with the crabs since playing that game, and I feel like I've missed something. Can anybody explain to me why all the crab hate coming out of that game? Do they just like make you catch a lot of them, or what? Parasect is an orange insectoid Pokemon that has been completely overtaken by the Parasect mushroom on its back. That must be the Pokedex entry. Yep, from Bulbapedia, there you go. Oh, I'm sorry guys, I probably should explain that. I forget that not everybody here is like here for the Pokemon. Okay, I think that's enough finessing of our little crabby boy. So now we need to break down our crab. So the mushroom is like a semi-pointy dome. It doesn't need to be big, but it does need to have an inside and an outside, just because you can really see that there's like bits tucked up inside, so I want to have room to anchor the body inside it. So that's kind of important, kind of not. I don't need to give that a hard edge or anything. I can literally just not stuff it very much and like push it to make it a little bit more concave, maybe use a stitch lock to hold it up there if needed. 3 pairs of legs with the foremost pair forming large pincers. Yep, yeah, so exactly. So 2 legs and a claw. Dusty Rose, you are being very, very helpful right now. I should probably have Bulbapedia up, but it didn't occur to me. And those yellow spots I'm going to just do as embroidered details, I think. I don't think there's any reason to make those as like large separate spots. So Mushroom's easy. I'm going to just trace that straight away so you guys can actually see it. So, like a little concave bit there. There's some spotties. Then we have, I feel like his whole body is kind of just like a little bit of a rounded head and then like a small worm, right? He feels like a small worm boy. He doesn't feel broad or wide. He might have some stripes on him that we might work in as stitch detailing. I think he's more of a mushroom wearing a crab than the other way around. I actually agree with that. I feel like Paris is a crab wearing mushroom space buns. And I feel like Parasect is a mushroom wearing a crab as shoes. Okay, hang on. They attack and the crabs are the most annoying. Okay. They see you and they just immediately try to kill you and will chase you halfway across the map. Okay, so right, so they've just made them hyper annoying in that game. That's good. That's information. Okay, here we go. So yeah, there's our little worm boy body. It's a little nugget. I will flare it out into a little bit more of a head just to give it a little bit more definition than they've given it. And a part of that is because these eyes, I suppose I could use the eyes that what was I about to call him? Mr. Knots was about to, Mr. Bones. I still said the wrong thing. He was Mr. Knots way back when, but he's Mr. Bones now. Mr. Bones painted a couple of eyes for me during the second live stream. So not last week's, the weeks before. And they honestly might be used today. If I ask him very nicely, he might bring those in for me, but they would be perfect for this guy. Just a pair of eyes. And then we have legs. So he's got his small back legs. We're not going to sculpt in a lot of bends and corners to them just because there's not a lot of point in sculpting in a lot of bends and corners to them at the size we're doing. Just like little noodles will be fine. I've drawn them with a kink in them, but we're just going to smooth that out in the outline. And honestly, there'll probably be a tube that's the same width the whole way, and I may even do that thing to myself that I do sometimes, or I make it a magic ring of 4. Stay tuned! We'll find out. Then we've got his biggest chlorith, which have like one main point and then like this off spike. Now that off spike we're probably going to accomplish using something like a double triple crochet folded in on itself just to give a little like to the work, or we could do it as a cluster, which if you do a picot in the middle of a cluster you can get kind of like a pointy thumb going, but this is a very small little thing he has going there, so it will not be a separate piece. We will just like sculpt it into the largest shape as we go, depending on how we go. Now the real question here, sorry, I love Applin, but I have yet to actually get a chance to interact with Applin. I also love the Hydrapple and that whole range. I think is really cool. Anywho, so the real question here is what piece do we start with? Because there's a couple of schools of thought. The first piece we make establishes the scale of our creature. So sometimes I preach starting with the most detailed piece and using like however small you can make that tells you how big to make everything else. Sometimes I preach starting with like the main body nugget so you have something to attach everything to and it just establishes a sense of scale. Either approach kind of works with this guy. I'm thinking the most important part of him, really, is this curve of the mushroom. And I'm very, very tempted to start with that and just make all of the other pieces to scale. But also the body nugget would kind of help drive all of the pieces. So I'm going to start with the body nugget today. So like it's one of those things where there isn't a correct answer, but there is the one we're going to go with, which is I'm going to start with this little lumpy tater tot. Yeah, start with the body. UFO Crochet agrees with me. We have consensus. Okay, so let it be known that I do have my new hook here with me today because I think it's the right color for my branding or whatever, but I love my old hook and we're using it today. You kidding me? No, if we're using the tried and true original OG excellent hook today. So I'm just going to, let's see. For the head, I'm going to start in the middle of the face. Hello?
Hello. There's one in the cat.
There should be one on the desk next to it. Thank you, honey. He's finding the white eyes for me, isn't he, a dear? So, yeah, I'm going to start in the middle of the face and we're going to build up like a little oval. So face is kind of oval shaped, and we're going to start round, and then we're going to load our increases on either side to make it a little bit more oval. Let's see, the one that I like is BOYE, boy. It is an E for 3.5mm in a pale, or was originally a pale ice blue, but it's all but the very end of the color is rubbed off. Cannot find one anywhere, but then I've been using this one for 10 years, so it makes sense to be that, like, they're maybe just not a thing anymore. This one here, I think, is just a Kmart or a Big W hook that I picked up because it actually had, sorry, I keep pulling it off camera, metal. Whereas, like, I can't stand this plastic coated stuff for the most part. Yeah, like, that's a Formula 1. Thank you, honey.
There's your eyeballs.
Yeah. You delivered my eyeballs for me. So we have a pair of white painted eyes that we're actually going to use today, which is fun, and will also help dictate our size. Exactly, Mr. Bones to the rescue. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of, like, this, like, metal, like, it's coated metal, I think, and I really don't like resin or plastic ones. I can't stand the way there's some sort of weird friction they have with the yarn that I use that kind of just makes my hair grow very large. Okay. Right, so I'm just going to scribble down some notes real fast, just so that I have them. So we'll be starting with a magic ring of, watching my camera jiggle, 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 and I'm powerless to stop it, and that, I hope that's not making anybody feel seasick. We're going to start with magic ring 6, and then, as I said, we're going to load our increases on either side. Drawn a little diagram that makes no sense to anyone but me. Hooray! These notes will, of course, be made available to my patrons in a couple of days. It's often coincides with whatever I'm uploading for the Thursday anyway. Like, the last 3 went out with the otter, so let's just start building. Ooh, Flushed Phoenix, that's really interesting. They say that they are looking to start making their own safety eyes with colored bits and different iris types. Yeah, I've looked at, like, getting into maybe doing some resin or something for them, because you can find, like, domed, like, silicone molds and that sort of thing, but and use just, like, regular screw type hardware for me anyway, like, because I wouldn't be doing them to sell. But, like, I get real intimidated by the whole thing, and I'm not sure that there's there'd be an investment in the process, and I tend to be quite time poor anyway. So it's one of those things where, like, I'd love to be able to do it. I might do it at some point. I found this big round candle base the other day that was, like, perfectly domed at the bottom, and it would make safety eyes this big. Like, that video makes itself, right? I have to make something to fit the eye that's this big. It's just like, whatever I make to fit that eye is going to be fantastic. And you could paint it so it had all the little veins and stuff. Just inset some LED lights if we wanted to. Okay, and oh, I've missed my pointy hook. I made that little wolf. Like, I reviewed the pattern with the rounded hook, like the nubby hook, and I filmed the video with the nubby hook just to be authentic about it, but I did not like the nubby hook. We like our pointy hook. Pony isn't bad for a pointy hook, but the hook I got from them is a 3.25, and when I hold it in my hand I feel like I'm going to snap it in half. We'll see, I'll come around on it, I'm sure. It's just, I'm very aware that at some point this hook is going to give out on me, and I need to have options. I need to have options. Oh yeah, 3D printing is an interesting idea, because I'm keen to try some of that too. I love that you can make, like, those really superposable, like, armatures and skeletons for things and stuff using 3D printing, and then rather than just, like, painting the 3D stuff, though that's fine, that turns out really cool as well, I could just, like, crochet something using the posable skeleton. I like to cross-pollinate my crafts, y'all. Did I count that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Y'all are being very distracting, and I'm going to have to get my stitch marker out. It's here somewhere, I'm sure. To the mug. Oh, hey, for anybody worried about it, I found my orange scissors. They always turn up eventually. Okay, we have a piece of fluorite and a stitch marker. I really got to get this show on the road, though. We are We've been doing at this for 35 minutes and I've done 16 stitches. So I will focus. I'll put my head down and we will focus. Yeah, Fiara, I was thinking the exact same thing. Giant eye like that, cracking, right? Tentacles, I could have them dripping down the shelves behind me. Oh, but then I suppose with tentacles there's more than one of anything and I always struggle with more than one of anything. I'll do that same thing again, I think. Just increases on either side. Just one more row big. He's looking a little shrimpy at the moment. So I think one more row in size will be good for him. Increase, increase. Focus and hydrate. Thank you, Nikki. I'm sorry, as I said at the start, I've had a very scattered type of morning this morning, so I'm just really hoping that just like settling down into an activity is going to help ground me a little bit, and all of this energy that's just escaping all over the place. Like, I know it's going to be a crazy day when I wake up with my hair this curly. It's just like it's a portent of doom. I pulled out a stitch marker and then I didn't put it in there, so here's hoping your girl can count to 14. I've actually just realised I'm not even counting. I'm winging it. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. It's fine. My hands know what we're up to. There we go. Well, the orange scissors are an icon of the channel at this point. I'm pretty sure they've been here as long as I have. Oh, I left my crystal out. There we go. There we go. So I think that's his head. I think that's his face. And then there's a hypothetical here. They won't go necessarily here. And I might get like the clear nail polish out at some point and give those eyes a little bit more of a gloss. But I think we're nailing this so far. I'm feeling good about it. Yeah. Alrighty, and I think I'm just gonna go round. We're just gonna go round. And then if I have to, I will frog and go one size larger, but I'm pretty happy with this size. I don't know if I want to go any bigger. I remembered to stitch marker. Speaking of which, I got so sick of not being able to find bobby pins for either my hair or my crochet. I went out and I bought another pack of 200, which brings the sum total of bobby pins in my house right now to about 600. Now, I do keep in mind that some of them would have fallen out while I was out and about, presuming. But like, I also feel like sometimes I put like 2 or 3 in the morning, and at the evening I take out like 4 or 5. So I feel like that balances out. Yeah, see, Andy Shadow gets it. Mr. Bones, you can come in and see if you can do anything about the wiggle, but I just think it might be one of those things where like we just have to put up with it for a little bit. Or is it really bad? Guys, can you weigh in on that? Is the wiggle bothering people? Andy's grooving out to it. Renee, the Discord server link should be in the description. I actually think that's a really good size. We are, as I said, we are nailing this. We're doing so great, guys. I'm so proud of us. For anybody who's interested in what my notes look like, they're actually fairly legible today. I'm actually writing things out in full form. Normally the reason I don't have those written notes on screen is because my notes are like MR 6, 3, 7, 12, 5, and then I just remember what 3, 7, 12, and 5 mean. Wiggle's fine, not bothering. They say it's not really bothering them, honey. Mr. Bones is in the room.
I'm not even here.
So he's just gonna have a little poke around. So if you guys fall suddenly, I promise we'll pick you up, okay? Ooh.
Instantly fell.
Oh my god. Okay. For the record, people aren't super bothered by the wiggle. Guys, I might just turn the mic off for a second. Bear with us, okay? Guys, he fixed it. No, I've turned the audio back on now. I turned it off on purpose. But yeah, like, don't get me wrong, the camera shifted slightly, but I can work with this. It's like shifted back a little bit. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, sorry guys, I turned the audio off on purpose. We're back. I just wanted to give Mr. Bones the freedom to express himself as needed. It's not everybody signs up to be on stream, you know? Yeah, he's my hero, that's for sure. Alright, so I think this is as deep as the head is going to go, so now we're just going to narrow back in on the sides and work up tiny little potato tot nugget body. Yeah, we're good, we're good, we're back. We're back, we're back, we're back. Netty glitter sparkles. You're being very sassy. So yes, I have made the rainbow cat. What do you think has put me off doing fur? I don't think I've done it really in any kind of serious way since that video. And even then, I'm not convinced that video should exist. Not because I don't love my rainbow cat, because I have my Ace Kitty and the little dog I made sitting, they're special, you know, they stay on our desks. Our, not meaning royal we, our is myself and Mr. Bones. But, yeah, since then, I don't think I've really done a lot of fur or a lot of hair. Hello, Sarah. Thanks for joining. We are working on Parasect. Mushroom crab. Or crab mushroom, depending on how you think about it. Oh, it's such a relief to be able to lean a little bit more on the desk again. Like, hold myself up. The hair is going to be pulled back at some point. Get to know the personality while stitching it. The name will appear, possibly. Yeah, well, I liked Shroom. And there was another one that I liked, but I can't quite remember it now, but I'm sure it'll reappear if it becomes the right name. Increase. And we're going to narrow back in on the side. So basically just everywhere we put an increase in the previous row of increases, we're putting a decrease now, and it'll pinch it back in at those exact same spots. It's a bunch of like little shorthand things like that. It's just like, you can't really make a full video on that, but you can like say it a couple of times in a live stream or whenever we're making shapes together. There's stuff to be learned. Shermit. Yeah, I think it was Shermit that I liked. Why do I sit on a yoga ball instead of a chair? Because I have a really bad hip. And also, just like the constant like bouncing and fidgeting and moving actually genuinely helps me focus. I can't sit in a computer chair like this without, yeah, no, not for huge hours at a stretch. Got stuffing. So it's either a stuffed crab or a stuffed mushroom, depending on how you feel about it. Oh, we need to put our eyes in though. And that always feels really risky this early in the process. So the little eyes, we're going to stick them in here. Nope, we're going to go wider. We're going wide with the eyes. Do I use the first stick? I've never heard of the first stick. House moving castle. I want to know what started that part of the conversation. Those are probably too far apart now. He has a very specific expression on his little zombie face. Because we all know what's up with this crab. That looks right. I reckon. Yeah, sorry, getting it lined up is a little tricky. There we go. I feel, yeah? Yeah, that's good. Okay, I need to find some backs for those eyes. Just pinch a couple out of here. Would have been roughly where those eyes came from in the first place. They are still 9mm eyes. They've just been painted white by something kind of chunky. I was not there to supervise that process. That happened quite chaotically while I was streaming the other time. But I'm hoping it's paint. go. Eyes are in. And we're going to give him a little bit of stuff too. Hydrate or I may dehydrate. I promise, guys, I'm staying hydrated. Nope, you were correct. I needed to hydrate. Well, Darcy Rose, he's on shrooms. Or the shrooms are on him, I suppose. There we go. Oh, you're a little cutie, aren't you? Already, it's just like a tiny little Goomba, just like... We are focusing. And we're going to do a bunch of rows of 10 single crochet. It's all going to be tucked underneath him, so I'm not going to fuss about too much by putting details in, I don't think. It's just about... It's like the 80-20 principle. There's no reason to put extra effort into something that's not really going to be visible or seen. With a giant asterisk at the end, and it's like, in some cases, I can think of some situations where putting those details in are great, but they're for you. They're not for... Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that. It's just like, you know, there's like that sense of accomplishment when you know that you've done something very specifically and carefully and put that extra care in, and you know those details are there. There's value in that. But it's not something that needs to be like mass produced, you know. You've got to count. You've got to count. Your whole job is counting. You can't just go off like that. What are you doing? That's the decrease. That's the decrease. That's the decrease. Okay, cool. We've done just over one row. Thank you to the landmark stitches. I can see which stitches are decreases, and I can work backwards from there. Psyduck is looking into your... Oh yeah, Psyduck is like not breaking eye contact at all, is he? I saw one on the Discord. Somebody else has made one where they substituted their own body in. I wish I'd paid slightly more attention to the name, if I'm honest. But like, they've done the most incredible eyes, where they did like the little migraine eyes that look like this. Like, it's so good. Someone asked if I was in Australia? Because yeah, I am. From the big part, as opposed to all the little parts. Living in the most isolated capital city in the world. That's fun. I think it's formed part of who I am as a person. Yep. Okay. Good night, September. I kind of want to make a joke about when September, like wake me up when September, I don't know, but like I can't quite make it work. But know that I tried. A little bit of extra effort for you. Is there a reference pic of the underside of Parasect? Henriette NL, I don't know. I could potentially find one on Google, but always be careful when Googling a Pokemon's butt or underside, because you will see things. Some of which can't be unseen. But with this, I'm just assuming crab. You know, basic crab, basic insect formation. Once you've seen one crab or insect, you've kind of seen them all. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3. All right, I've done 3 rows of that. Updating the notes, and I think that might actually be enough little... He's not a big boy, he's a little boy. Just we do want him to be round. So with his head sticking out one side, I might continue a little bit more. Maybe 2 more rows before closing off. He's a right proper little peg. Alright, night Jessica, thanks for hanging out. Hi Michelle! Yep. Oh, hi. I saw Emily in the chat as well, another Aussie. I like this time slot because it seems to cap, like, not that okay, first of all, I love my US audience. This is not anti-US, this is just pro-Australia. It's just like, I love that you get a little bit more of an Aussie audience if you do this time slot. It's like, it's cool. I feel like my people are here. Oh, we got a birthday in the chat. Happy birthday to... I'm seeing happy birthday Pink Remus, but I can't find Pink Remus themselves. So, happy birthday. 3, 4, there we go. So that's 2 more rows. Right proper little peg. And then we are going to close off. It's down to 6, and then let's just finish off. So yeah, a little peg. Oh, that's true. I do also get the Insomniac Canadians, but you're also my people. Anybody who is up in the middle of the night is realistically my people. Anybody with a proper sleep schedule can also be my people if they would like. The application process is relatively pain-free. Oh, there we are. I've just spotted Pink Remus. Knocked off work at 3:30. Oh. Yeah, see, okay. With some effort, I can be a morning-ish person. But it has to be one of those, like, I'm focused on being healthy and normal and awake when all the other people are awake, because isn't being with all the other people fun? Like, I have to focus on it. If I just relax back into who I am as a person, I'm more of a, like, all right, I'll start winding down at 1 a.m. And that doesn't mean that I go out, because I don't like doing that either. I'm just like, I've got stuff to do and I like being busy in my own space, and nobody bothers you between like 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. So it's just so... It's such like a perfect time of day. It's just so still and quiet and peaceful, and it's dark, and sometimes it rains. And that's great. These are all great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What am I doing? Oh, I know what I'm doing. Oh, 5, 6, cool. And we're going to finish off his little butt. Now, I might regret finishing that off. Sometimes with a piece like this, I would leave it open just so I can add additional rows more easily. But I'm pretty confident that this is going to be the right size-ish. And if it's not, we'll just tilt the mushroom a little bit and cover up the fact that he's a little stumpier than he could be. Yeah, see, night owl. Night owl is how I would kind of define myself as well. What's really funny is that if I wake up before the sun rises, I'm up and awake and good. If I try and wake up early after the sun has risen, nope, can't, won't, shan't. All right, we're going to put our little pieces there. Looking like a tiny poo. Okay, we are going to make claws or mushroom next. I want to make the claws next, so we're going to make the claws next. For those, I'm going to start at, see this fat end? We're going to start this fat end, and we're just going to start working up a little dome that's just perfectly round the whole way. And once we get to maybe row 3 or 4, maybe row 3, I'm feeling row 3 just from a visual perspective, we'll work out how to do our little claw. I have some ideas on how that could work. So, big claw, mirroring 6. We'll do 6 increases around, which gets us up to 12, which is as round as he is around, which is probably a bit big, so we're going to not do 6 increases, we're going to do 3 instead. Okay, so what's funny to me about live streaming this design process is most of the time what I'm saying out loud right now is what goes through my head, but when you hear it out loud, it sounds kind of different. Yep. Sigil sealed. Going to bed when it gets dark is a perfectly natural instinct. So yeah, no shame related to that. Honestly, I just think that my night owlism just stems from like a lifetime of that being when I could get some time to myself. So it just became such an ingrained, learned behavior that it's stuck. Six. And we're gonna, this first stitch after a magic ring. I don't know how people without fingernails do it. Sorry, I do know that you can insert your hook before you pull the magic ring tight shut. I just always forget to do that. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. I think I swapped methods halfway through, but we got the right stitch count, so it's not the end of the world. It's fine. On a piece this small, it doesn't super matter if you put an increase in the wrong spot. Yeah, Fiara, if you depending on how north you are, you must have very limited daylight during parts of the year and very limited darkness during parts of the year, I'm guessing. Renee, I'm quite fond of you guys too. You might just be the, like, first of all, you're all very well behaved, and I don't mean that condescendingly. I just mean I expected these live streams to get messier than they are, but that's not an invitation. I'm real proud of you guys for being like this very, very orderly group. Very nice to each other, very polite to each other, but we're still having fun, and I appreciate that. Is that wide enough? Okay, so his claws in the sprite, just looking at the sprite here, it looks like they might be as wide around as his head is, but I don't know if I want to, like, sometimes I tweak the scale just to make it kind of work a little bit better. I'm just trying to decide if I want to go bigger with this. I'm going to. We're going to be brave. We're going to go bigger than this. We're going to go all the way up to 12 stitches, which I did say was too big, but at least this is a little bit more tapered. Oh. Still, Scotland. Scotland, Flush Phoenix sounds... I always feel like Scotland would be a beautiful place to live. Like, don't get me wrong, Australia has its stunning moments, but it tends to be very dry, and Scotland feels like it's pretty and wet. The only messy we've become is when we had the Foster pancakes and want the shroom drag. Yeah, well, that's... Okay, I'm so excited about the Foster pancakes thing and stuff like that because, like, that's not misbehaving. That's lore. You guys are building as in L-O-R-E. I have lore. It's just... That's the dream right there, guys. Is to have lore in your stream. It's like, that's the real moment that, like, community is formed. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... Because, like, the Discord has its own lore, where they are the International Frog Army. They're just like, it was just really cool to see, like, lore forming live. 4 seasons in 1 hour last week. That sounds exhausting. I don't mind it when it's, like, pouring with rain at night, but then, like, a very cold but sort of sunny day. If you know what I mean. Particularly if I've got, like, stuff to do. But, no, like 2 seasons. 2 seasons a day is kind of my sweet spot. No, Matt Pat quit, didn't he? Don't think there's anything to unpack here anyway. Okay, in Shetland in winter his day can only be 3 hours. Summer, his nights can be 3 hours. Yeah, that's... Even the, like, blackout curtains must do... And, like, sun lamps must do great business there. Alright, so that's the thickness of his big claw. I'm worried it's a tad big, but I think we can work with it. So we're going to go do... We're going to do 1 more row of single crochet around. We've already done one. I forgot to update you guys. We've done one. We're doing another one. And then we'll build his little thumb in. Yeah. Chris and Shayna, I do have a shop for my patterns, but my Pokemon are not in it. Only original designs on Etsy. The Pokemon patterns are all available on Patreon though, if that's the sort of thing you are looking for. Anything that is somebody else's intellectual property, I don't like to like sell, but I do just provide the notes because I've written them already. Cool, 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 cool. Do I think that's high enough down, or low enough down, I should say, for the thumb? I do. So we're going to try a couple of things here. The first thing I'm going to try is, first of all, we're going to put it on the far side to give us lots of space to work. So I will work 6 single crochet to get around to it. But then we're going to try, I think the puff thumb is going to be too big, but I think the treble crochet might be good. And we're also going to try picot, just to see. Depends on the size we want this little thumb to be. Amy, if you ever see me in Spotlight, you are allowed to say hi. Just don't be, I want to warn anyone who ever meets me in public. First of all, I'm going to run away. I don't recognize people. I'm not going to realize why you're there. And I'm going to freak out. I'm going to shut down. You're going to get like face from me. And then I'll just like, you know, meme my way out. Like, I'm probably going to leave. But like, I'm sitting here telling you, I would love it if you guys wanted to say hello. I just genuinely don't think you'll recognize me. I think I look completely different in different lighting conditions. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also, I reckon I'm taller than y'all think I am. I don't know why. I don't know why I think that. It's just a feeling I get. I think it's because I sit so low on my desk. All right, we're going to try that. We're around where I want to put the thumb. I'm going to do it as a treble in the front. Party in the back. Oh God, I'm not funny. Single crochet back to the start, and we're going to see what we think. It might be too small. Might have to go up. Might have to go up to a double treble. Also, I was in Spotlight yesterday. I like they had like the Marvel yarn was down to $2.70 a ball, so I was like, okay, fine. I think I bought something like 40 because like there was a lot of gaps happening in my shelves, and I don't like it when I have gaps in my shelves. And so I checked my inventory spreadsheet because I keep one of those. I'm one of those, and we replaced all the colors except duck egg. They were all out of almond and duck egg, and I accidentally bought fawn in 12 ply, which is just annoying. So there is our thumb. Is it enough of a thumb? Who knows? This claw is quite large, but they are supposed to be big. Having a lot of doubty thoughts. I'm going to go back and we're going to try a double treble just to see if knocking it up a size makes it a little bit better. Yeah, exactly. VIP sales. Honestly, there is never any reason, like short of it like a yarn emergency, which okay, I can think of maybe one that might apply to, where you should be paying full price for Marvel yarn from Spotlight. It goes on sale like every month for some degree of sale. And back to the start again. Okay, yeah, I think the double treble is a much better size for his thumb. I don't know why I'm saying thumb like that, but it just seems to be the way to say it today. So we're gonna roll with it. Put your hand over the mushroom. He is a skeletal boy, creepy spider body with huge claws. Okay, Mr. Bones is helping. That's good. He's good at focusing me. So like, yeah, snip, snip. Like these are like. Whoop. What lovely colour balancing I've got there. It's really bringing out the blue in my veins. I'm worried the claw is too big, but I'm going to just keep going. Yeah, I don't know if I did a double treble then or if I just did a treble again. Was anyone paying attention? Because I wasn't. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to have to go back. I'm so sorry, guys. I know this isn't necessarily... But actually, you know what? This is probably the exact content you signed up for. So no more apologies from me. What is going on here? That got all wrapped up in that. Misbehaving in front of company. Rude. Okay, I'm going to try this again, and this time I'm going to remember to yarn over 3 times for a double treble, and I'm definitely double trebling. There we go. Alright, and we're going to go back to the starting point. I think I had double trebled before, it's just like, I replayed the tape, and I stored absolutely no memories. Mr. Dean, I used to watch Eurovision. I started watching Eurovision, I think, shortly before Australia was invited to join, which is just think so lovely that Europe loved us enough to invite us along to play with them. I haven't watched in a couple of years though, because I used to watch when I was like living with housemates, and we would get up at whatever it was, like, oh dark stupid, and watch some Eurovision. The songs were bops though, still are I guess, but like they were bops. Alright, now we're just going to focus all of our decrease. Sorry, back to our claw. We're going to focus our decreases on the side with the thumb, just so that it curves this way. That's what we want it to do. That's just how decreases work. So I'll do a 3 over the top of the claw just to get us started, which means we have 4 stitches on one side and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stitches on the other. That makes that nice and easy. Could have done that mathematically, but sometimes I think it's nice if I actually show practically what it is that I'm doing. That'll get us down to 10. Aldi has yarn. Good night, cheddar cheese. But I didn't know Aldi had yarn. Oh, I love that Seal Pup 9. Burmese plant cloak, that sounds adorable. I do like the fact that they try to, like, they celebrate different variations with some of their Pokemon. And Burmese is a good example of that, because he's got what, his trash cloak, his grass cloak, and is there a third one? Sand cloak? There we go. So it's our decrease under the thumb. There we go. Yeah, and I'm just going to like keep closing it in on that side, and we'll end up with a nice pointy point instead of a nubby nub. It's like these things matter. Tog, thrusk, e. That was approximately what that row was. That was 4 single crochet, a single crochet 3 together, 3 single crochet for 8 stitches. My brain said, quick, make noises. People be watching. I was like, okay, I'll make approximate noises. You're welcome. Reject shop. Okay, yeah, so the reject shop can be a little hit and miss, but sometimes you can get pretty decent yarn. I used to be able to get quite a bit there. The colours, like if it's important to you to have a lot in a lot of different colours, not the call, but if you're just looking for like yarn for a project, it's definitely a good place to hit up. Also, like Red Dot has a surprisingly healthy range of yarn. But with Red Dot, the stock is, they have what they have, you know? Alright, little stuffed crabby claw. Oh, I forgot that there's crabby as well. Maybe I should stop calling Parasect Crab Boy, because there's also Crabby and Kingler. It's so funny to me, like those water types are just, from Gen 1, are a little bit forgetful. Like, not like, I tend to forget whenever I'm trying to list them all, like Seeking, for example. I don't forget the Tangler range, not the Tangler range, the Tentacle range. Case in point, because I found a shiny tentacle once, and so like it's cemented forever as like it's got a special asterisk next to it. But yeah, I think of the types, I'm most likely to forget water types. Yeah. Eight single crochet, that's what we're doing. Oh, thank you. you, Manini. Also, your name is super fun to say. Yeah, everything becomes crab. Eagle Ironic gets it. Yep, all things tend towards crab. All roads lead to crab. There's actually a word for it. It's like carcinization. It's probably not carcinization. It's something like that, though. There's a word that means basically everything is slowly turning into a crab. Okay, and there we go. How much longer do we reckon these crabs need to, these claws need to be? Probably the length of the body, I think, is a good length for them. Alright, so that was a row of regular single crochet, and now to continue the point, I'm going to use just regular decreases instead of single crochet 3 togethers. Now the reasoning behind that is single crochet 3 togethers gives you quite an aggressive decrease, and we want slightly milder decrease as we tend towards this point. So that's, well, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Positioning of it, I've got to take the positioning into account though. So I'm going to decrease 2 single crochet. I'm going to stop chewing on a pen. I only ever do it with these ones. You guys familiar with like these like Bic ones? I don't know if they're well, sorry, it's a Papermate, but like something about these pens just like lends itself to chewing. I was like, I don't do it with any of the other pen types I have lying around, just these ones. I guess they just look tasty. Single crochet. Oh, there we go. It is carcinization. Ah, I nailed it. Go me, go. All right, decreases. I'm loving all the reject shop love. You know, you can actually get a lot of full price, like things that are normally like full price. I'm not shilling for the reject shop or anything like that. It's just like you can find stuff you would normally pay more for less there. And normally it's just because of like a misprint on the packaging and that sort of thing. And who cares about that? We're just going to decrease a little bit more. So this will have us down to 6 stitches, getting to the pointiest of the points. Question for the more experienced crocheters. When working around with double crochet, do you increase with a double crochet or a regular increase? Oh, I would definitely increase with a double crochet. I will say that when I'm working with just a half double though, I'm inclined to just use a regular single crochet increase just out of laziness, because I don't think it makes a big difference with that. But with the full double crochet, assuming you're talking US terms, I would increase with a double crochet. Unless you want specifically the work to have like a to it. Yeah. Yeah. Truly, Mr. Petini, crustaceanization would have... Is that like the crustacean menstruation station? Anyone know their memes? Nikki, a reject shop is like kind of like a dollar store, but in Australia. And what it tends to have in there is like stock that, like brand name stock a lot of the time, that couldn't be shifted through whatever normal distribution methods that they have. So if they've made too much washing detergent, we get the washing detergent in the reject shop. If they've misprinted like 1,000 crates of something, the misprints go to the reject shop and you can get it for $1 instead of 10. So that sort of thing. Oh yeah, see, Mr. Bones is on it. Okay, I think we're getting a pretty nice clawy shape here. We're just going to continue on the same way we've been working. So just one decrease is slowly getting us to a nice pointy point. I'm hoping he's not too big for his body, but I think that even if it is, it'll be like charactery. He's like, maybe this particular Parasect has large claws, so that is good. We are going to hydrate. good for the soul and for the skin. I mean, we are water creatures. We're semi-aquatic, as Mr. Bones likes to say. So hydration is a necessary thing. Why am I decreasing straight away? I shouldn't be decreasing straight away. I should be decreasing at the end of the row. Yeah. Yes, their lolly aisle is good. Okay, my favourite candy. Here we go. So I have a favourite lolly. And I think part of my adoration for this lolly is the fact that it vanished completely from my life for a while there. So it is specifically the Starburst jelly beans, the little ones, right? They used to sell them everywhere over here. It was just no big deal. And then, like, during my first year of uni, I'm out home for the first time. I need my candy as my crutch, you know? They stopped selling them. They just vanished from stores overnight, just gone. Now, let's see, how long later would it have been? Pretty close to 10 years later. Pretty close to 10 years later, because it would have been in this apartment. I found some in like a US candy store, but they're selling them for like $8 a bag. And so I just have to live my life without my favorite candy. That's just... And don't hate on this, because I know that lemon is kind of a very polarizing flavor, but the yellow Starburst jelly beans, that is where it's at. Those are delicious. They are my favorite. I do like sour, tangy candy better than super sweet, so I've never been like a strawberry. But like those yellow Starburst jelly beans are my white whale, because it's like it's a candy a good candy amplified by the fact that I can't eat it as much as I would like to, because I can't find it anywhere. Like every so often these days I still stumble across it here and there, but it's just so expensive. Oh, yep, see, I like that you guys are getting it, see? Starburst used to make jelly beans, and they were the ultimate jelly bean. All the flavors were good, right? They're really intense, saturated flavors, and you didn't have to worry about stumbling across like an aniseed flavored one, which honestly, as I get older, I don't mind so much, which is hilarious to me, because like, you think it'll never happen to you. It'll happen to you. But the claw. The claw is our master. Who will go and who will stay? Clink. No, he's got no grip. Anyway, we have made a claw, and I need to make another one now. Yes, their black currant was delicious. And I love the fact that they don't try and do like a green apple. It was lime. It was a lime flavored jelly bean. Yes. That is what green should be. Lime. Yellow should be. It's just like yellow. Don't get me wrong. I like pineapple. Pineapple's fine, but have a pale yellow pineapple and a bright yellow lemon, because lemon is a staple. I think we can all agree that they should just get rid of orange, unless it's with chocolate, which is a whole other conversation. So you'll see when I said that, it's just like I've grown an appreciation for it as I've gotten older, but it's just really funny to me that I strongly disliked it to the point of like I won't eat that, and then it's slowly become like, yeah, I'll eat that. Yeah, exactly. Yellow is lemon. Red. It's hard to tell sometimes what red is. As long as it's not cherry. Ugh. We have our Panadol over here, which is like a painkiller. I don't know if you guys have the same drugs where you are. But yeah, the Panadol over here used to be cherry flavored syrup. I literally can't with cherry flavored candy because they use the same flavoring. It's just like so much childhood trauma there. Willy Wallabies. Fanta Choc Orange, I have. And like I said, orange and chocolate go together. No question, no arguments from me. I actually don't even necessarily mind orange flavored lollies. I just think that they're a very aggressive candy, you know? What am I doing? We're going up to 9. We're making a second large claw, for anybody wondering where we're up to. Like, while we've got one, we may as well just whip up the other. Ooh, banana is not for me. I get really angry if I bite into a yellow piece of, like a yellow lolly or a yellow piece of candy, and you find out it's banana flavored. Oh, biggest letdown ever. It's the the Natural Confectionery Company. I don't know if you guys know those lollies. Those lollies are actually really good, except they go banana with their yellow. Yep. Ugh. Kids medicine, there is artificial grape or cherry syrups, and both are terrible. Yeah, but then like I think part of it is they kind of want them to taste bad for safety reasons, but then they also want them to taste good enough that the kids will eat them or like demand that particular one for marketing purposes, and that's how you end up with a whole generation of people who can't eat cherry flavored lollies. Grape, I don't know if I've ever had a good... oh, that's not true. Again, referencing the Natural Confectionery Company. I like... They do these tubes and they have like a grape one. That's a good grape flavour. Recently, though, I've just been eating grapes. Green grapes. We get the cotton candy ones over here. They're like this big. They're crisp. They are so juicy. I like ate something like 3 kilos of grapes in a week and a half when I had the flu back in early April. Just like grapes got me through that dark period. I will say that dark cherry or black cherry, I don't lump in with regular cherry. Because, like, Black Forest cake? Like, we can talk about Black Forest cake if you guys want to talk about Black Forest cake. It's like, I'm not making you, but, like, if we wanted to, we could talk about it. Dark chocolate with dark grapes and just, like, unsweetened cream. It has to be unsweetened. I don't drink alcohol, so I don't put alcohol in it. But, like, oh, yeah. That's where that's at. That is birthday cake of choice every year, hands down. Well, it was birthday cake of choice. It is no longer, but it was birthday cake of choice. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool, we are doing great. I am keeping count. I haven't messed anything up yet. Cherry Drops boiled sweets. Now, see, I don't mind a boiled sweet. I'm a big fan of, I don't know if it's necessarily a boiled sweet, but it's definitely a hard candy. It's a lemon sherbet. They've got like a white, sherbety, solid piece inside and they're coated with like lemon stuff. I'm a lemon flavored gal, like what can I say? But like, yeah, I like me some lemon sherbets if I'm gonna have a hard candy. Yeah, what are Willy Wallabies? I've seen that come up a couple of times. It's marketed as an Australian licorice brand. It probably is an Australian licorice brand. It's just... because it's licorice, I have a low attention span for it. I don't mind, like, the raspberry licorice or the red licorice. That's pretty nice. Oh, wow. Flush Phoenix, you were a pastry chef? Was that, like, super interesting, or did it, like, put you off sweets for life? Because I feel like pastry chefs come in 2 varieties, and I could be wrong here, and I'm definitely stereotyping, but it's either eat everything or can never eat it again. Lemon sherbet, okay, you know what, I'll take it. I'm not offended by being called Dumbledore. Oh yeah, see, I reckon lemon sherbets are yummy, but then like I like my candy to be fizzy or tangy or kind of sour. Not painful. I don't think things that you try to eat should hurt you. But like, yeah, it's just like I'd take that over super sweet. I don't know how I started rambling on about this subject, but we're here now, so we're gonna like let's embrace it. It was something to do with jelly beans. I don't know what triggered me. Enjoying the long weekend. Is there a long weekend in Queensland this weekend? Didn't we just... No, we didn't just have one. You guys must have a different public holiday to us. Was it Anzac Day? Right, I believe that was 2 rows of 12, which means I'm now making the thumb, but I'm just going to like measure it against the first one in case I lost track. No, we're good. Look, we're doing it. Sorry, I keep going to like, hey, but like you can see. You can see. Get you an orange sherbet. I don't get that quote. Flush Phoenix, I'm really sorry to hear that. Big lemon heads. I don't know if I've had one of those. I don't like the candy to be so sour it like cuts your mouth up. Anyone who's eaten a bag of Skittles by themselves know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's just like, Sour Patch Kids is probably on the sweet end of the sour I enjoy. 4, 5, 6, and time to double treble. Prepare for treble, make it double. It's a little Pokemon reference for anybody paying attention. Queensland gets May Day. That's so funny because, like, I think it's... I know that... So it's one of the eastern states. Like, it's Melbourne. It's Melbourne Cup. So, like, they celebrate Melbourne Cup Day as a public holiday. And my boss used to be from Melbourne, so he would take us all to the races on Melbourne Cup Day, and we wouldn't go to work. And so, like, that was just what we did. So, like, yeah, different places over here just have different holidays that they hold sacred. Like, and I think that they also have AFL Grand Final Day over there. It's everywhere in Australia stops to watch some football. What about the sherbet straws? I'll see, like, the powdered sherbet. I think I'm too inclined to, like, panic breathe and inhale it. I don't mind Whiz Fizz. Basically anything Whiz Fizz is good. They used to do really good lollipops, like really good fizzy lollipops. And they also do, like, Mustics. It's been a long time since I've had any of this candy that I'm listing. Lifesavers has actually recently brought out, like, a new range of, like, it's like, they're almost like chew sticks. They look like dog treats. They've got, like, the sherbet in the middle and, like, red licorice-y type stuff on the outside. Those are yum. Those are good. You chew on those. And you don't, like, eat the whole bag. You just, like, have one and nosh it. Right. Bye, not martini. Oh, good morning to Germany. This is nice. I get all the shift change. You get some people going to bed, some people waking up and starting their day. So I suppose we have, like, hot chocolate on one end and coffee on the other. It's nice. It's a nice balancing act. Yeah, say Whiz Fizz. Whiz Fizz is good. We're talking about candy. Auto Drop. I've not heard of Auto Drop. And of course, for chocolate over here, I may as well just keep talking, right? For chocolate over here, we have Cadbury, which of course blows any other kind of chocolate out of the water. And I know that's a shots fired because I'm talking to a European audience, and I know your chocolate is supposed to be incredible. But guys, we've got Cadbury, and Cadbury is pretty dang good. How am I doing? I think we're doing great. Admittedly, I'm a little bit twitchy this stream, but we're doing okay. We are currently making Parasect, who is the mushroom crab you can see right there. We have made a couple of claws, little nugget body, and we're just easing into it. Because, yeah, I'm a little bit scattered today, so I got to prattling about candy, and apparently I have a lot more opinions on it than I thought I did. And over here we don't even call it candy, we call it lollies, but for some reason I just started calling it candy, and here we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We're up to 8 stitches around, which should help me find which row I'm on. That one. Cool, we're good. Cadbury's made by Hershey in the USA. That can't be right. Like, sorry, no, I'm not saying that you're wrong or you're saying something incorrect. I'm saying that, like, I bet it's not the same. That explains, though, why they have some Cadbury in, like, the UK imports aisle of our grocery store instead of with the regular chocolate. It's so you know you're not getting the same stuff. An entire outfit of Hershey's merch. This is like, you're allowed to like... Yeah, sorry, it's like it's an opinion thing. I say Cadbury is great, but, like, some people are super into Darryl Lee. That's the other kind of big chocolate brand we have over here. And I find that their milk chocolate is kind of, I don't know, anemic. Their white chocolate's nice, though. Though white chocolate is, of course, not real chocolate. Fight me. White chocolate is a confection. The entire confection. Night Owler. It's like, cool, reading your name out is like solving a little puzzle. Yeah, I understand that lollies refers to like what we would call ice blocks over here. Or icy poles. And for us, lollies are confection and candy isn't a thing. Which is funny because we would call something candy coated, but we would not call it lolly coated. No, Dusty Rose, first of all, white chocolate is fine, it's just not chocolate. It's like, I don't know, I don't have a metaphor handy for once. In fact, mix crushed Oreo, dark chocolate Oreo cookie with white chocolate. I'm a big fan of cookies and cream. I'm also a dark chocolate girl. Anybody else out there? Is there any love out there for the dark chocolate, like the cherry ripe? It's just funnily enough something I like, even though I've just had a big rant about cherries. Candy coated popcorn. See, I like my I don't mind like sweet and salty on popcorn, but I don't know if I've ever gone full candy coated on popcorn. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm glad I had lunch before this stream started because I know I started this conversation, but it's like I'm not getting hungry because I had my lunch and I'm staying hydrated, and that's good. That's a good thing. 1, 2, 3. We're doing so great, guys. You don't even know. We're doing fantastic. This is fantastic. Here we go. Here in the UK, you call them sweets. Okay, that's kind of delightful in its own way. Technically, it doesn't have any cocoa bean in it. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. It's all it is. Like it's not. I'm not saying it's lesser than. I'm just saying it's a different category, and I don't understand why it's always grouped in with the cocoa bean stuff. Yeah, and yeah, cherry ripe is delicious. I've always had that opinion. They don't need to fuss with it either. They've recently started trying to do things with it. Just like, leave it alone. Cherry ripe is great. Exactly the way it is. I'm sorry, Mr. Bones. We do have some of those chews in the bottom of the cupboard if you were hungry, honey. Oh, you've eaten them already. Okay. British chocolate tastes better because it doesn't have stuff in it to stop it from melting. That's why it tastes different to Aussie chocolate. Maybe. And like a big part of it is also the like what you get raised with, like the nostalgia buff. Like gives you everything like a plus 10% in flavour. Yeah, so I like the distinctive taste of Cadbury, and Hershey's kind of has a weird taste to me, but like you said, I'm probably just liking the stuff that stops it from melting. I think I'm up to that row. I think we're nearly done with this claw. And then we're going to start working on our mushroom, which is exciting. And we'll do the little legs last. I think. It's prone to change at any minute, let's be real. Don't the Australians call both potato crisps and French fries chips? Yeah, everything's a chip. Context tells you what it is. Context. Crunchy bars and picnic bars. Ooh, a good old violet crumble. I can't do picnic because of a food allergy, but some honeycomb is good. And a 4 and a 5. Cool. Jump in and say hi. Hi, Uni Kitty. First time I saw a ruby at a decent price. Oh, right. Yeah, ruby chocolate. I haven't tried it yet. There is a Sanchuro around that I have access to. Non-specific locations. So they had like a whole ruby chocolate range for a while, and I kept meaning to go in and try it, but I never got there. It's meant to be like a very rich berry type flavor, I think. South Africa. Hello, Petra. Yeah, see, dark chocolate. I like dark chocolate. I put dark chalky chips in my protein breakfast brownie. Look like I can do my claws. I need to get the lobster down here. You need a friend. Oh, please don't avalanche on me. It didn't. Yay! Claw having buddies. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Sorry. I'm so sorry. In my brain, I'm going, oh, I'll just edit that out. That's how this works. That's totally how this works. Let's put all these pieces in their well-behaved little corner. And mushroom. So caramel never really like gelled with me. Grandpa's mix used to have the little caramel buttons in it, which I think is what started the whole thing. But yeah, it missed me. It skipped me. I don't mind a freckle every now and then though. Hydrate or dihydrate. Yep, sorry. Thank you. I know I'm swigging less often than I normally do in these streams, but I want it to be known that I am drinking more with each swig. So, don't need to hydrate quite as often. Badger? Oh, badger and mushroom. Oh, where is the Franken pattern? He might be up there somewhere. Honestly, he's a bigger crab though, so I've probably used him as like a foundational piece for... I don't know if this will be upside down. I don't know if it'll tilt up enough, but let's see. Hello? There we go, up there. He's probably up here somewhere, but he might be under everything else. So, let's just tilt you back down. Hello? No, my shot's no longer there. What happened? Why are you like this all of a sudden? Oh, there we go. We were just a little tilted. Close enough. Alright, cool. So we have this lovely, I believe this is raspberry. A little raspberry mushroom. And the trick to this mushroom, looking at the sprite that we have in the corner here, is he's kind of got like one kind of gradient and then he like balloons out a little bit. So we're going to just start with that first little mushroom cappy type piece. I'm going to try and keep it proportional with the rest of the claw because like looking again at the sprite, you can see that his mushroom is actually taller than the claw. So he's actually going to be a way bigger than I initially intended him to be. And that's okay. That's okay. That happens sometimes. I don't think it's quite the Metapod effect. But it's bigger than we wanted him to be. It is. Oh, we got some little dancey. Pink Remus is having a party over there. Crab World. I'm going to stop trying to interpret emojis. I think I'm too old. They're little pictures. They're cute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Cool. That is our very top of our mushroom. And then I'm just going to build up like a slightly larger disc for the top of it, just based on the fact that it sort of goes one size and then balloons out. Gives me the freedom to do like a larger top rather than trying to like get a nice smooth curve from the top all the way down. We want that distinction. Oh yeah, okay. Lindt dark chocolate, those balls. Yeah, those are yum. Still on candy. I gotta try and change the subject, but I'm kind of stuck on it. I've been watching Hell's Kitchen again. I enjoy Hell's Kitchen. Any Gordon Ramsay fans out there? That man just gets how to create television. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I don't know if you guys have seen his YouTube. He has this YouTube show that he does called Idiot Sandwich. Like the meme where the winner who makes the best sandwich, Gordon Ramsay puts on these big foam slice of bread gloves, and the winner, he puts his hands on either side of their head and goes, "What are you?" And the person gets to call out an idiot sandwich, and it's just, it makes me really happy that that exists in my timeline. Yeah, exactly. He's got a very bell-shaped mushroom. So that's our goal here today. God, this colour is juicy though. Makes my eyes super happy. It looks a lot nicer in person than it does on screen. I'll show you up there. Like, that's a closer representation of what it looks like. Though I will say, I think that these camera settings are a lot better than they were last time. We are improving. We are tweaking. We're constantly improving. Oh, I realized last time that a bunch of questions came in about how is my desk both white and this color? Like, it's not pre-recorded. Hello? Hello? I have a piece of like wood veneer from the inside of an old drawer sitting on top of my desk because I think the colors show up a little bit better on a more neutral background color, whereas the white is very brightly lit and absorbs any sort of pastel shades completely. And so I've learned that if I put that down, it you guys can see a little bit better. Oh, I'm loving the crab rave happening in the comments right now. That's so fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, is my hermit crab visible in reach? He is! He wants to join the crab rave! Crab rave! We'll get my crustaceans in. I'm sorry the Frank can't join the party because I don't know where he is right now. But these guys can rave together. No, it's not like that. Make some room for the crab, guys. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I can count. That's 18. So I think this is as big of a disc as I'm going to go for the top. And I'm going to actually write down the notes because job and all that. But I think we're going to do a couple of rounds of single crochet just to build up the top of that bell. This really is an epic crab rave, guys. Go crabby, go crabby, go. You guys like Krusty? I kind of think like Krusty the Krabby makes more sense. So I kind of want to like put a pin in that name and remember it for later. But this guy gives me more mushroom than crab vibes, but he is obviously part of the crab fam. Sorry, my entire chat is just a wall of crabs. Would I say the little hermit crab is easy to make for a beginner? Probably not, but I would not discourage a beginner from trying. You just have to go slow. But I would say that about most of my patterns. It's just like sometimes like I feel like you can do it. You just might have to go real slow as you work things out as you go. Because he's got a lot of very thin fiddly pieces to him. Depending on what you mean by beginner as well. Because like if you mean for your very first project, please don't make the hermit crab. If you mean like for your maybe second, third, fourth, fifth project, yeah, give it a go. Try it. See if you like it. Because I'll hear stories from all over. Like I think my hardest pattern and somebody will be like, I did this as my first crochet pattern and it was perfect and I learned so much and thank you. But I'll also get on my easier patterns, oh, this is the 5th thing I've tried. It was hard, but I did it and I feel good about it. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna get the full spectrum there. You have to struggle a bunch to get good. Thank you, Mr. Bones, that's correct. Alright, yeah, let's rein in the crabs a little bit, guys, okay? It was fun. So, okay, what would I say would be a good pattern to start off with? That is a good question. Because it must be pretty close to 200 out there in the world in different formats. Let's stick with the YouTube ones for free because I get the question through my Etsy sometimes and I'm just like, use the videos to find something that works for you first. Don't pay money for a pattern for your first ones. No, we're not doing that. I'm not counting, but it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. It's not fine. I have to start counting. A good one to start with. What do I have? So I will say, in just the interest of full transparency, that I have never designed with the intention of it being for a beginner. What I have always designed for, even right from the very beginning, is the patterns I was looking for when I was trying to become more than a beginner. I wanted something that would test my skills, stretch my abilities, like, and I could never find what I was looking for, and that's kind of how I ended up designing what I design. I'm trying to think of one that I can just point you in the direction in and just be like, that one, give that one a go. Honestly, try out some of there's like a 12 days of crochet and a 7 days of crochet. So there's 19 mini patterns on the channel, right? They're not easy. They're challenging, but they're small. And I think something with like the wombat or the capybara has a lot of techniques in it, but I think it's not necessarily a bad place to not start, but like begin, if it's like your third project or something like that, because you'll learn something and you'll very, very quickly get an end project. So even if you hate it, it's done in like 10 rows and you'll have learned something, even if what you've learned is that you hate it. There isn't much room for crap. It's okay, guys. He's a fun guy. Oh my god, I'm loving this. I looked away from the chat for a second. Learn to feel good about frogging. Yeah, that's good. Snake for starting pattern. Yeah, like I said, it's fine. It's all just like all of my patterns use the same, mostly 1, 2, 3 stitches. Sometimes I throw in a double treble or something like that, but I always explain it. Yeah, I would lean towards capybara, day 1 of my 7 days of crochet, from my most recent 7 days of crochet. You'll do puff stitching, but it walks you through it. It should walk you through it. So sorry if I've already answered the question. Hello, Nerdatier Master. What are you asking? Will you be continuing the Soul Silver run? And do you hope to one day crochet all the Pokemon? Okay, so I am continuing the run. It's just those videos take a really long time to film, and this is a nice sort of thing that I can do regularly to try and keep it ticking along. Yeah, those videos take 2 to 3 weeks each to make, and recently the viewership has dropped right off. So in the meantime, this is a good way for me to keep moving forward with making Pokemon and put content out for people who are interested in seeing that without working for 3 weeks for something that not a lot of people are watching. That makes sense. And yeah, I am currently focused on, I want to get all of the 151 original Gen 1 Pokemon made, and I want to compile that all into one major video. And when that's done, we'll move on to Gen 2. And in the meantime, the Soul Silver run will be picking ones off in between. At some point, I'd love to stream Scarlet or Violet and do a crochet Let's Play with that as well. And so like there will be Pokemon probably forever on this channel. It's just at the rate I was going, Nintendo were creating Pokemon faster than I was. So I needed to pick up the pace, and this is how we do that. Hi Jojo in New Zealand. That's fun. Yes, Holly, that's great advice. Always treasure your first make. Mine is very special. You would have seen her in when I remade Mew recently. They are significant objects. If you play video games, they're like vestiges or artifacts. Okay, so that's the top of his old mushroom. We are now going to start slowly growing it out. So 3 increases per round, keeping it round. Round, round, round and round, round and round. 6. Okay, so 18 divided by 3 is 6. And we want one of those to be an increase, so we need 5 single crochet and an increase. So, math. Gets us up to 21. I don't know if I'm going to increase every row, but yeah. And then when we get to a certain, after like maybe 2 rows, we'll start putting 6 in every row to get that more steep gradient going. I will probably play Scarlet, so I guess Koraidon. I like the prehistoric Pokemon better than the robots. Just as an aesthetic thing, I think they're cooler. 5. That was not 5, that was 4. Why would I say 5 if it was 4? So how it's going to work today, I know we're already 2 hours in, but we'll finish one, I'll take a little break, we'll come back and we'll do at least one more, I'll take a little break, and I'll probably come back and we'll probably do another one. I intend to go to at least sort of 6 o'clock my time, and for reference it's almost 3 here now, so there's still plenty of stream left. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't count sometimes, but that's okay. You'll all forgive me. Now for the next row I'm going to stagger them because I don't want this to grow into a triangle shape. We could lean into the triangle, but I want him more round, so we're going to stagger those increases instead. So instead of just going 6 single crochet and an increase, we're going to go 3, increase 3. That just, yeah, basically it has, this is what this current row looks like, right? The circles represent an increase, the lines represent single crochet. Hopefully you can see that okay on camera. I think you can. So for the next row, instead of putting our increases here and slowly growing it as a triangle, we're going to put them here, which acts to round out the whole thing. And then in the subsequent row, we'll put them here. See? And it encourages it to be more round instead of more triangle. All stuff you probably knew, but it's fun to talk about. And your expressions don't glaze over and edge away when I start talking about why staggered increases are great. I hate when she evolved. Who evolved? Oh, Litten. Litten, is that the fire cat who decided to stand up and turn into the wrestler? It's like, no, keep the paws on the ground. Come on, Nintendo, paws on ground. At least for Coco put his paws on the ground. Honestly, a lot of the later gen starters I've been like low-key, kind of just not as in love with the third evolutions of them. I think that they were nailed fantastic in the first gen. Let's see, what was second gen? Was second gen like Typhlosion and that group? Because that was also great. They like good. Whatever gen that was great. But yeah, even stuff like Froakie. Like Froakie was my favorite of that gen, but I loved Owlet, but I didn't really like. I think it was Decidueye that he turns into. The aesthetic just wasn't doing it for me. We're going to go back and count because I definitely whiffed that. 1, 2, 3, increase. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, increase. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're going to increase. It's fine. The spiral is throwing me off. I'm sad because I know you guys have been sharing a bunch of mushroom puns, but because I've missed so many of them, I don't want to just jump in now. Yeah, Kitten to Cat Wrestler was just not my cup of tea. And like, I don't know who that's appealing to necessarily, because like the people who loved Litten because it was a kitten don't want a wrestler cat. They want a giant fire panther, right? I can't be alone in that. Fire panther. But then they wanted to make it fighting type, but then just like, I still feel like fire panther, right? Good night, Brandy. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, I'm going to give this a go. I'm going to try and dip a toe in. I'm sorry if this one's already been said, but Mythical, I'm glad you're getting more comfortable portobelloing it out to the whole chat, your love of mushrooms. Did I do it? It's like Fire Panthers hitting the chat. Whoa, guys. Whoa, guys. I'm thank you, Darcy Rose. Guys, I think you're just amusing yourselves now. You don't even really need me here. I'm just keeping a chat. Keeping the chat open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we're going to increase. And we're going to do it again. Yeah, Rowlet. Rowlet was an absolute little sweetie pie. And so I was just like so excited. But then like the same thing happened with, was it Spinder? No, it wasn't Spinder. It's like Chespin. The little hedgehog dude from one of the generations ended up turning into that weirdly disproportionate to my eye. No judgment to anybody who loves them because you're allowed to love who you love. But like that like weird giant column legs chestnut. Was it chestnut? It's just like, I don't get it. Where is that coming from? Poplioline, liked him as a little seal, but then like I feel like water types have gotten a very raw deal in general across the Poke line. It's like a little sun hat. He's working in his garden in his little bucket hat. Delightful. I don't know if I've gotten the proportions on this quite right. I think we might just keep going up by 3s instead of swapping to 6s. Yeah. I'm the boss and I made that decision. We will keep staggering it though, just to keep it nice and round. Favorite number 1 Pikachu? It's a taxi crab. Mythical, stop! Leave some puns for the rest of us. You're making me crabby. I think he's cute. Vaporeon was always my favourite of the Eevee line. Till I tried to make Vaporeon. And that neck frill nearly ended my existence. Because I was doing it as part of a 24-hour challenge and I could not get it right. And in the end I was just like, F it. That's fine. It's fine. And that's how it stayed. But when I go to make Dratini, I'm going to be using the body shape from Vaporeon because I do think it looked exactly the way I wanted Dratini to come out, with like just the right like to it. And there's no point designing the same shapes over and over if they're going to work. So we're going to pattern hack Dratini out of Vaporeon. Yeah, I agree, Henriette. The later gens do have a lot of humanoid Pokemon, and I like them animal-based as well. I just prefer them that way. I like them creaturey, but I think that's pretty obvious just with the animals I choose to make on my channel. So people ask, oh, are you going to make all of them? I'm just like, well, I kind of intend to, but I also am just going to like go live 3 days in a row and we're just going to struggle our way through like Mr. Mime all the way through to like, even the Abras are a little too human for my taste. It's just like the Hitmonlees, Hitmonchans, we're going to just knock them all out. There's a lot of humanoid ones in first gen too. And then we're just going to avoid all the humanoid ones we can get away with, avoiding for as long as we can. I agree, Mr. Bones. I think that they are weird. And also, just some of them are creepy. Some of them are just unavoidably creepy. And I don't have a thing with clowns, right? I don't. I'm not one of those calorophiliacs? Phobics. I'm not a calorophobic. I'm not a philiac either, but no, I'm not a calorophobic. And yeah, it's just like, I still don't get Mr. Mime. I still think he's really, really creepy. Won't be mad if you skip Mr. Mime? Yeah. No, the rules are what the rules are. It's just in the end video it'll just be like, and then I made Mr. Mime, Jinx, Machop, Machamp, Machoke. I was like, whiz past them. Or I'll do them off stream one day, but no, I'll do them on stream so you'll have to suffer with me, because if I'm doing it, I ain't doing it by myself. What's wrong with Wingle? Somebody had a problem with Wingle? Yeah, Nerdateer Master, we are just moving right along. There is a world of difference between those two. Licky Tongue creeps you out. I actually always thought Licky Tongue was kind of cute. There's a lot of, I guess there is a lot of tongue there. There's your little bucket hat, sir. Would you like to farm a radish and not sing copyrighted songs? Okay, we're gonna go bigger. So Mushroom is getting up there now. This row will bring us up to 33 single crochet. The Gothic Chickie, I'm trying to place Gothic Chickie. Is that like, are you talking about like the Gotharita, Gothatel line, or are we talking like, I don't know, Volbeat, like a literal chick? Mythical, how do you feel about visual puns? Lilligant, I actually think she's kind of, like, don't get me wrong, she's humanoid, but there's enough like fairy type elements there that she doesn't feel like a boring doll. She feels more like making a fairy sprite type creature. So it's kind of weird how it falls. Like Gallade, I made obviously, was kind of on the cusp of being too humanoid for me. It's just like, I guess it might just come down to fingers and toes. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's also, part of it is also just like posing a humanoid creature or even a biped is hard because I have to make them sitting, or I have to make them so fat that their butt balances them out. And so like, I already know that they're not going to turn out brilliantly. And so they've got that, like, they've been flavored by that disappointment. That said, Carnivine can't support his own weight. He might be one of my favorite things ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I should wear him as an earring on one of these streams. About to go to bed. If I dream of a Mr. Mime with no eyes. No, Nikki, don't do it. Why would you put that image out there into the world? We didn't need that. That can be your sleep paralysis demon. Have I ever tried to crochet a girl? I have crocheted exactly one doll. If you scroll back far enough on my Instagram, you can see her there. She's like an Alice in Wonderland type human figure. She's like this big. She creeps me out. I don't know where she is currently. She's in a bag somewhere, probably plotting my demise. She makes me super uncomfortable. And I'm worried that just by speaking her name, I've invoked her. Yeah, but wire in the legs kind of isn't the vibe that we're really going for these Pokemon anyway. Like, wire in the legs I have no shame about doing for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for a lot of the things that I'm designing at any point in time. Yeah. What did Mr. Bones say? I missed something in the chat here. That's so funny. It's a bit of punishment. Oh yeah, send me to the penitentiary. Wire legs. Yep, cool. Mr. Bones gave us that image. Mr. Bones! Two for one, my Mr. Bones did advise lean into the... Mr. Bones, why? You were meant to be a soothing influence on this group of people. You're out there just unleashing new sleep paralysis demons, and that's not very nice. Well, I'm hoping that this shape is coming out all right. We're almost at the right width, and then we'll add a little bit of height. So it's not quite the dimensions I wanted. I kind of should have maybe gone a little bigger for that top bit. But I've done so many rows now, I'm just going to just keep going. We're just going to keep going. So yeah, that pushes this shell up to 36 stitches around, which is a pretty good number for a shell. One thing I will also add, guys, is I have the ads set to like moderate at the moment. I don't have them turned all the way up, but if you do start getting a lot, please let me know. I don't want to turn them off completely because it is how I live. But if they're getting annoying, I also want to know. So just do let me know. It looks a little bit like a gnome hat, and that's okay. I'll overstuff the top of it and leave the bottom half of it a little bit more loose, and it will plump up the proportions a little bit for us. So it's what we call in the biz getting it in editing. How would I go about doing araquanid? I don't know what araquanid is. I'm so sorry. I haven't played the most recent one, so there are still areas of complete unknown to me. I know some of the more common ones, but yeah, it's a playthrough is going to be, I'd say, about 60% blind for me. Excuse me, has crochet ever given you hurt? Do your fingers hurt after a lot of work? My hands can get a little bit fatigued, but I think that's pretty normal. I think I say this every stream, but my biggest recommendation for people is do not death grip your hook or your yarn. Loose grip with roly-polies. And this is just a position my finger is in. It's not squeezing the yarn. So I have nice pudgy fingers, so it just like moderates itself through. I think I might have used to get blisters, but my hands are just entirely callous at this point, so that's not been an issue in a while. Hucken. Am I saying that right? I used to include I think Huckeln in my tags back when that was a thing I was trying to do on Instagram. But yeah. What am I going to do about unknown with all its forms? We're going to get a giant categories dice with all the letters on it, and we're going to roll it, and whatever letter comes up is the one we're going to do, as long as it doesn't look like a penis. I hadn't thought about it, but that's my answer. Or maybe we just do CK. I suppose that also makes sense. It's probably a more reasonable adult answer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, cool. We're on track. Unknown is not Gen 1. It's like one of those things where they all kind of blob together a little bit for me. Because I played Gen 1 a lot, but then I didn't rediscover Pokemon until I think Soul Silver was the next one that I played after, like, grey-green brick of a Game Boy Red. Not Fire Red, Red. So Soul Silver was the next one I played, and I think that would have been Gen 3 or 4 at that point. Okay. So I was thinking that might be as wide as we go. Like, I'm going to add a couple of rows to the bottom to give it a little bit of a lip. But just for the sake of argument here, it's a good width. It's a good, like, diameter for the body. And when the claws stick out of it, oh no, it's looking a little small with those claws stuffed in. I reckon we have to go bigger. We have to go bigger. 2 rows bigger. We're going to go up to size 42. We're going to go up to size 42. It's fun. It's good. Working in multiples of 3 makes that super easy. Is it bigger than I thought we were going to have to go? Yeah. Does that mean anything bad? No. Crochet missing no. It's just like a corner to corner table runner. Yeah. Also, I don't think missing no officially counts. It is not part of any official national dexes, and so I think I can comfortably skip that one. It's also just like, I get asked about shinies a lot and like different regional forms, and I might do those as like spin-off series, but the whole point of this is to get like the base form. I'm not even doing male and female really, so like the base form of the Pokemon and just get an image of them, you know? And that's the original goal. And then the good news about this is that I know that basically I know that I have content for the next 30 or 40 years because, like, cool, we finish all, let's say they stop making Pokemon and I finally catch up and I get all, I think it's 1,084 or something. It's probably higher than that now. Let's say I get all of them done. Cool, I go back and I can do the shinies and, excuse me, and I can do all the regional forms, and then I can do all the megas and all of the Gigantamaxes, and you know what I mean? It's just like, it's forever. It's forever content. I can see why there's so much of it on YouTube. I know I like watching it, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I do try to create the content I want to watch. I think it's just always been my rule of thumb. Really disliked Geodude, but I think for Crochet, given the texture, it would be an interesting challenge. Yeah, I have to be very careful about this because Mr. Bones has a favourite Pokemon and it is Graveler, and so he has told me in no uncertain terms that if I do Graveler, I need to nail Graveler. So we might have to do a special Graveler episode where we make a proper sized Graveler. That was, at least it wasn't up my nose. It was a piece of fibre. Yeah, 1,025. I was pretty close. Increase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So just as a matter of course, because I've got it open on my other screen, so the other colours we have today are pink, yellow and brown. And I would like to add that I am introducing a new rule to this particular game for as long as we play it. Last time I revealed what was behind the doors you didn't pick because I didn't want to leave anybody in that itchy, unknown area. Of just like, I need closure with things like that. I need to know what was behind the doors. And so like, I normally appreciate that, but I'm thinking, and I can be talked out of this. You can talk me off this ledge. I'm thinking that anyone who doesn't get picked gets saved and put up in the next vote. So basically that yellow square will stay there for as long as that yellow square needs to stay there until somebody picks it. And we can't move on to another yellow colored Pokemon until somebody picks the yellow colored square. So that's an idea I'm toying with at the moment. It does mean that it could be a week in between. It could be weeks before you find out what's behind any given square. Okay, cool. Some Nerdatier Master is explaining the Wingull hate. It's the Zubat of the ocean and its weirdly straight-bending wind arms frustrate me. You know what? I actually kind of get that explanation as the Zubat of the ocean because, like, I'm a Gen 1 baby and so, like, Zubats in caves, people don't understand our pain. They used to only evolve into Golbat, which first of all was not a great Pokemon. Crobat wasn't a thing back then. And Crobat's great. Love Crobat, but like Zubat used to just be every 4 steps in every cave you tried to navigate, and there wasn't maps that you could just Google at that point, not where I was anyway. We didn't even have dial-up. So, like, the only way through those caves was like wandering around lost a lot, or what you do is you just put your hand on the wall and you follow it around until you find what you're looking for. But people don't understand that pain, and so like the Wingull of the ocean, the Wingull is the Zubat of the ocean, I get that. So when you're swimming, just every 3 steps, it's another freaking Wingull. Though to quote, or paraphrase, Roger Rabbit, they're not bad, they're just drawn that way. Any Who Framed Roger Rabbit fans in the audience? Azara, that's just practice. I never used to be able to do this either. Honestly, when I first tried streaming 2 years ago, I tried streaming a while back, right? And we were trying to finish off the evolutions. I didn't even get one. I was on stream for like 3 hours, and I think we got 1 head of Onion Boy, as he became known, done. And then he got put in a bag because I knew he was completely unusable. I was just completely unable to stream and do it at the same time. But like, honestly, it's been nice for me to have this indication that I have actually continued to grow as a designer, in that like I do feel like now I can carry on a conversation, or one-sided conversation. I can rant to myself, and and still do all the shaping stuff, because that just, it's almost like a final exam. It's like, yeah, no, even though like the shapes you're making are the same shapes you were making, you can now do it with this added difficulty level. And so like it's just practice and it's growth, and it's just start out making a potato and then make a curvy potato, and then make a curvy potato with a tail, and then make a curvy potato with a neck and a tail. And it was just like, cool. That's all everything is. Curvy potatoes with necks and tails. Balls and tubes. Hey, Uniquely Sarah gets my Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And Jessica Rabbit has been giving people feelings. Like, people not liking Polypa either? I feel like Polypa is at least more exciting because, like, I don't think people hate Golbat like Zubat. I think it's just the one that you encounter constantly that gets annoying. Like, Makuhita works my last nerve on, I don't even remember the name of the island, but you know, you take the boat, Mr. What's-His-Face's boat, with after you've, okay, so you free his Wingull, and then you take his boat, and you go to an island, and there's a cave, and you're trying to find Steven, and you get to talk to Steven to give him back his glasses or something. And is it Steven in that cave? Anyway, but in any case, that little cave area has a bunch of, I think it's Makuhita, but it could also be Metatites. And so like, it's just like both of those, just not a fan. Which is funny because like I have an endless capacity for joy where Magikarp is concerned. Night, Greenwich. Thanks for hanging out. Nikki, I think I saw your Nessie. I might be thinking of a different Nikki, but I saw some new Nessies recently. I think it was either on Instagram or Discord. I'll admit it all kind of blurs together. So if that was you, it looks great. And if it wasn't you, I'm sure yours looks great too. 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, Autumn, did you just say you replaced your starter? Is that a thing that we do? No shame. Sorry, no shame. There is reasons to do it, obviously. I'm glad that you formed an attachment to Polypa, but like, side-eye. I didn't think that we were doing that, or at least we weren't admitting to doing that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, but I don't think that's quite right, but it might be. No, we lost count. Ah! 4 and 4, and then 5 and 5, and then that should be 6 and 6, which should be 12 per round, which should give me up to 42. No, it's 14 per round. No, that's right, that's right. I just must have lost count in my stitching, my actual stitching. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, increase. 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's not enough stitches in my round. I'm just saying. Did I not do last round? We're frogging. We're going back. You got a frog, do it aggressively. Get some of the tension out. Okay, let's try counting. I should have counted before now. I haven't been doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ah, so my stitch count was wrong back here. Oh my god, how deep does it go? I don't want to go all the way back. I don't want to go all the way back. We're going to go all the way back. We are. Oh, this hurts me more than words can say. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's 5 increase, and then there should be 10 between them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we're back there. I think maybe I just skipped a row at one point. 32, 33, 34. So there's 34 stitches in this round. So it didn't go wrong much further back. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Increase. Just 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm missing an increase in this row. That's so interesting. The row before that. I'm so sorry, guys. This is not going to be stimulating content just because I'm troubleshooting, but just if you bear with me a minute, I'll get this sorted and I'll get us back on track. Yes, even there's 29 and not 30. How far down does it go? Oh no! I'm sorry to anybody just joining the stream and watching us just destroy the last hour's worth of work. I've taken the magic ring out, the marker out now, so we're really lost. We're in the absolute weeds. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 25, 26. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat. I know that the instructions will work up fine when written, but we're at 26 stitches now. I'm just going to do what I have to do to get us to 27 just to recalibrate us. I should have done this a few rows ago, but I just really wanted to see if I could spot where the problem was. But because it's going to have no impact on shaping, not really, I'm just going to correct our count and then we're just going to forge our way forward again because it must have happened pretty early. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 7. Yep, there are creepy eyes on this one. But if you look at the source material, there's the reason behind. Wee. Okay, so we've corrected now. We corrected after frogging like 5 rows. So I'm just going to double check the count. We'll slap a stitch marker in and we will keep moving forward. 1, 2, 3. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 6, 7. Cool. We had definitely got 27 stitches. We have a stitch marker in the last stitch of our round, which is important. And now we're going to move forward again. That's true. Bobby pins will never let me down. The stitch marker has broken the trust. If it was a dice, I'd take it out back and smash it with a hammer, but that feels aggressive for the stream, so we won't do that. Yeah. I don't know if they were painted for the Psyduck, Mr. Bones. I thought they were for the Tangela, but same vibe. Ooh. Itchy nose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I do have this. Thank you, Nikki. And, I mean, it's already all written out. We just kind of have to, like, pound our way back through it. And I suppose I have to keep chatting at the same time, which is, like, not a have to. It's kind of the fun part. Yeah. Holly, I personally use acrylic paint. I don't know what was used for these particular eyes, but I'm sure Mr. Bones will... There we go. Yep, chime in. It was acrylic. He whipped those up for me while I was actively streaming. It was very sweet. Okay, that was good. That round fit nicely. Some of our faith has been restored. We're actually going to take this out and swap to a bobby pin because bobby pins will never let you down. Yeah, I am going to put a coat of, just a top coat clear nail polish over the top of them to smooth them out a little bit maybe, but I actually kind of like their chunkiness. It will not focus, but that is fine. I think that's fine anyway. All right, and we're gonna go up to 33 around now. Hydrate, thank you, yes, and we'll be stopping for a break soon. Frogging this has put us behind a little bit. And just a little like health break, stand up, stretch, little walk of the apartment, bit of fresh air, I'm stuffed in a room. Quick sand on the safety eyes, it could, yeah, that's true. Sanding the safety eyes could help the paint stick. I've painted plenty of them with acrylic before, and I've never personally had the problem with the paint chipping or flaking off, but then any of mine don't see a lot of hard usage. They don't get moved around a lot. Most of them don't even end up really on desks. They end up on like shelves. Yeah, so they're not really getting a thorough testing, you know. Note to Team Master, I have a bottle of Mod Podge in my cupboard waiting for me to try that. It's just I've not customized any eyes in such a long time that it's just been sitting there. I will say that you can use, or we have tried using like a PVA or wood glue for it, but it does dry not fully clear. But, it, you know, in a pinch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One thing I will warn people about, though, that I do know about from nail art era of my life, if you put acrylic paint down and you try to use nail polish over the top, the nail polish will smear the acrylic if you touch it with the brush. There's like a bead technique you can do that keeps like the form, like the liquid between the brush and the acrylic, and that can work, but if you're painting your safety eyes with acrylic and then you're trying to use nail polish as a top coat and you've done a lot of very specific hard work there, the top coat or the nail polish might smear the acrylic. So you're better off going with a spray or something designed for use with acrylic, like a fixative type of deal. Yeah, bobby pins will never let you down. I think all that's happened is that at some point I've forgotten to put the increase in the final row because the stitch marker was in the way. Stitch marker, yeah, but they're so great. They cling fully. You can slide them in and out really fast, and you can flip them out of the way if you need to, and it doesn't matter if you've completely finished off the creature, you can still remove them really easily. So I am a huge fan of using bobby pins. They are great. And also, like I talk about how I've just had to buy more because I can't find any, but like you can normally find one. Like in any house that I have been in, there is normally a bobby pin within arm's reach. 5. We're nearly back up to where we were. And then things will start getting interesting. Is this meant to be for 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, it's meant to be to 12, and we are, so that's fine. Oh, liquid paper would probably work, yeah. Oh, gel nail polish, the stuff that you have to set with like the UV light. That's probably a really solid idea as well. What I used to like to do is abandoning ship here. Do I have any? Sorry, I'll be back in a minute. No, I don't. Oh, that's a cramp. That hurts quite badly. That's fine. I used to have a bunch of 18mm safety eyes that were like completely clear, and I would use like glittery washi tape, or I would just paint the backs of them, and so like they had the clear glossy over the top anyway, and all I was going to do was try and pull some out, but I guess I've used them all over time and not replace them, because I like to try and stick with the same look for a lot of my designs these days, and so that's the 9mm or the 20mm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anybody else get musical when they count? I'm trying to work out if I'm weird or if that's completely normal, because like counting for me just always takes on a musical intonation, you know? I could probably blame Sesame Street for that with their whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And my apologies to anybody out there trying to crochet just then, as I like machine gunned every number imaginable at your face. Oh, well, Annalise, I'm glad to see you. Hello. Yeah, see? Uniquely sorry. Okay, you get it. Normal. Great. Fantastic. I'm glad that everybody is a musical counter. I always felt like that might make me a really good, like, small child babysitter. The ones who don't move around a lot. Where, like, I'm just constantly, like, singing numbers to myself, and the music would be stimulating their brains, and the math and the numbers would be stimulating their brains, and in the meantime there's something happening before them, you know? It's just like I'm better than those bouncing fruit channels. Okay, we're focused, we're good, we are doing fantastic. 2 more rows to be back up where we were. We will move the bobby pin because we're responsible adults, and responsible adults move their markers at the end of the row. And that's how we got into trouble last time. Ooh. I get the going downstairs thing, though mine's a little darker than that. So when going downstairs, every step, oh, please don't diagnose me with anything. When going downstairs, every step I step down, my brain does the catastrophizing thing of just like, oh, if I fell at this point, I'd probably break all the bones in my body. At this rate, I'd probably just get some bruises. At this rate, I'd probably survive and just be embarrassed. You know what I mean? Every step, it tones itself down a notch. 9, 10. I guess I'm just a person who's fallen down a lot of stairs. Exactly. Music and crochet, and mostly math as well. Lots of math is all patterns. That's what formulas are. Formulas are patterns. Every crochet pattern you do, you're just following the mathematical formula for that animal. 4, 5, 6, which I think makes it really cool, actually. New life goal being better than bouncing fruits. Yeah. Be more interesting than bouncing fruits. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So the whole thing with going like stairs, they're not so bad going up them, but going down them is when that mainly triggers that. And I will just also add that I think a big part of it is walking is basically just raising a leg and then falling forward in a continuous motion. Like one and then the other and the other. So like you're constantly falling. And when you're going downstairs, you're falling into an abyss and you've just got an awful lot of faith that your other leg's going to catch you. You know, like it's a lot of faith. I'm not sure I'm a person with that much faith. Mars Gordon, I feel ya. Yeah, train goer. Well, I used to be when I had to commute to work, and I used to just wear sneakers for the grip because like all the slippery tile, the stairs, the people pushing, the on and off of trains. It's just like it was a hazard. Either it was a hazard or I was a hazard, but one of us wasn't making it out alive. I'd At least when you fall upstairs though, you can kind of like, I get that it's still not the most fun, but like you can catch yourself. There's plenty of steps to catch yourself on. 4, 5, 6. Turns out that a lifetime of overthinking has well prepared me for streaming. It's like, yay, they let me prattle on about the dangers of stairs for a while. Oh no, they're fine. They're our friends, but also the abyss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Kind of like octopuses. I feel like they're our friends, but also the abyss. Ah, good morning, Cynthia. See, told you, we get both shifts here, and I love it. Okay, we're nearly up to maximum mushroom. I really hope I didn't lose count just then. We're going back. Just one row. Just one row. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I did lose count then. That's not meant to be that. That's meant to be the start of the next repeat. It's good. I caught it. I caught it super early and we're fine. Well, do you know, okay, I have a stair fact for you. Do you know that if any stair in a sequence is off by even like 1 millimeter, you will trip over it? Stairs have to be at perfectly incremental heights. If they're off by a little bit, you'll trip. Is it worth it to teach oneself how to write patterns? It depends on what you're trying to get out of it. I personally love the puzzle of it. I love the working it out. It's honestly the part of crocheting I like more than the working of the rows. If I could find a way to do it without actually stitching, I would just be pounding out the designs and let you guys have all the fun of making them. But the testing of it is part of it. And so like, it's checking your answers. Yeah, I personally get a lot out of just the act of doing it, but some people with crochet, that what they get out of it is the making. Well, so the making is for me as well, I guess. So that like the piece of the numbers, but yeah, I don't know. It depends on what you want to get out of it, if it's worth it. Know why you want to do something before you begin, and you can pretty much guarantee yourself success. There's your little sun. His little sun hat. It's such a nana hat. And I love that. So we are going to go around twice to build up a lip of the mushroom. Nikki, I'm sorry, I relate so hard to that whole message. So it's nearly 4 a.m. You've had your Mountain Dew, but you're in your 30s and you'll wake up feeling like you've got a hangover just from the sugar. Yeah, I also don't drink alcohol. I haven't for a really long time. I get sugar hangovers. I get sugar hangovers. Also, eating sugar puts me kind of into like a nap type state. I sugar crash, I fall asleep, and then I just wake up as close to hungover as I've ever been. So I get it. Never used to quite hit me that hard, but it does now, and it is what it is. I appreciate, can I just say, just shout out to my US audience, the people who are here in the middle of their night. Like, that is some commitment, and I appreciate you guys. The replay will be left up if you did want to make, I won't call them better choices, but I will say different choices. The replay will be left up. You can catch up. But we are very, very happy to have you here with us today. Yeah. Yay, middle age. Now embrace it. You know what, think of it like a high score. Aging is a wonderful thing. Not everybody gets to do it. It's how cool is it? How cool is it that we've all made it as far as we have? And I say that as a 34-year-old with very, very grey hair, but I like it. I think it's silver and it's magical. There are so many Nickies in my chat. I'm having a little bit of trouble telling you all apart, but I just want you to know that I love you all equally. Living out loudly? Yeah, fair enough. Night shift is an entirely different vibe, and I'm happy to keep you company if that's what you need. You can be part of the coffee crew even though it's the middle of the night, because we've got our hot chocolate crew and our coffee crew. Can't wait for your 40s. I guess that depends on what kind of long-term plans you got working. Or short-term. Actually, I don't really have a frame of reference for ages in the chat here. Please do not start saying your ages just as a matter of safety in case there are any younger people in the chat. It's not okay. Sorry, I saw a 4 a.m. and it was like over here, that's what I would refer to as oh dark stupid. It's like, it's funny because like 2 a.m. is a perfectly fine time to go to sleep, and a 5 or 6 a.m. it's not for me, but I think it's a perfectly acceptable time to wake up. But like 4 a.m. kind of splits that right down the middle. And back in my farming days, it used to be when I'd have to get up, but it's still oh dark stupid. It's like there are 2 hours when we all kind of mutually agree that no one is going to be awake for them, and that is 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. You can stay up to that point, you can go to sleep after that point, you can wake up, you know, whenever you like, but we've all agreed that those are the 2 hours that we're asleep. 2:41 a.m. Aw, Frank, I actually love the fact that people fall asleep to me, because I think there are a few purer pleasures in life than chucking on a movie or a podcast or even just a television set and just falling asleep in front of it. There is just like the deepest sense of peace I personally get from doing that. Which is really funny when it activates when somebody is trying to show me a movie. And I'm so relaxed that off to the land of Nod I go. Slap happy. Okay. Also, like, I have nothing but crazy respect for people who can get anything done before going to work, because if I have work to go to that day, that becomes my whole day. Like, nothing can be accomplished before that. It all must be preparation for work. Like, I used to have to leave at, what, like 7:30? It's like, I would get up at 7. It would take me half an hour to get ready. Because if I got up at 6, it would take me an hour and a half to get ready. If I got up at 4 a.m, it would take me, what, 3.5 hours to get ready. It's like, it makes no difference. I am water. I feel the size of the container or the shape of the container that I'm in. So that's 2 rows of 42 single crochet. I am paying attention. You thought I had lost track, but I have not. And I think that's enough of a little lip for our mushroom. Oh, you guys, he's turning out great. So now we're gonna bring him in, and we're gonna tuck him in quite aggressively, because when we built up this slope, we were using 3 increases per round. To tuck it in, we're gonna do it, as I said, aggressively. We're gonna do 6 to start with, and we might even escalate that to 12, depending on how, like, rapid we want this descent to be. So we're gonna do math. Math is what we're gonna do. So 42 divided by 6 is 7. Which means we have 5 single crochet and then a decrease. Make a lot of noise in chat if I messed that up, because suddenly I'm questioning myself. There's something about 42 as a number that just like blocks all attempts for my brain to math it. Ask me about 15 and I can do it just fine, but 42, nope. And I mean multiples of 15, not the number 15. So that's good. That will get us down to 36, so I'm pretty confident that that's correct. Oh yeah, what's happening with this critter in the chat? Somebody's making a 3D printed critter, or... How can I make this with no pattern? I'm writing the pattern as I go. This is what... Well, I suppose you could pause and try and copy it. That's fine. Do it if you want to do it. But yeah, like that. This is what designing patterns looks like. It's designing patterns with a lot of prattle on in the background. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and a decrease, and we start the process of closing in our mushroom. Ah, I see we have some people of culture in the chat. Make sure you take your towel. It's important. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I've been looking up robots recently because I feel like I really want to make a robot. And like, I'd love to make the Iron Giant, but it just always leads to so much like... Disney's particularly litigious when it comes to their IP property. And so I don't really want to like mess with that, even though I'd love to make an Iron Giant. It just now occurred to me that I was thinking about making one for Mr. Bones' birthday, and he's definitely listening to this. So sorry, that's not going to happen because I've already disregarded the idea. But I was also looking at, I think his name's Mervyn. Is it Mervyn or Marvin from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? That little robot dude? I don't know. I'm feeling very, like I want to try robots. I make enough organic shaped things and I start craving hard edges. But it's just like if I make enough creaturey things, I start wanting to make plants. And then I make a plant and I'm fine going back to the creaturey things. Sometimes you just got to get it out of your system. It's the craving novelty, the difference in shapes. A little wolf army on 2 of 4. Wow, okay, you're making a whole pack. You're going to start a howl. Marvin, yeah, see? Thought so. And a decrease. And 3, 4, and 5. And a decrease. And now for something completely different. We're probably going to add one of those details that I do sometimes, which aren't strictly necessary, complicate things a little more than needed, but I swear they have a function. Because I want it to be concave on the inside, I want it to like pop inwards. And so like as anybody who made my poppet square knows, we do that using post stitching. So I'm thinking I'm going to do the next round as back post, which will give us an edge to like pinch around when we want to create that edge. But part of me thinks that I want to go in another layer first. And do I want to change to black for the inside of the mushroom? Because I'm looking at that sprite and I don't know if I can rely on the natural shadows beforming. I can rely on the natural shadows. I don't need to change for black. I think that's too extreme. Asked and answered. Sorry, you guys aren't getting a word in edgeways. Yeah, also in terms of robots, I also have considered doing like maybe Bender, but he's very rounded shapes, and the whole point of this is I want to do like a robot-y robot, you know? So I don't know. I'm still toying with the idea. Yeah, I'll definitely do my round of back post now. So it's 36 back post single crochet. And I like back post because it gives you, first of all, loop choices if you need more loop choices. But in addition to that, it just gives you corners where you don't normally get corners and ridges where you don't normally get ridges, which is just really interesting in a squishy medium like crochet. And that's where my recent robot interest has come from. It's like I'm real interested in seeing how far I can push that kind of thing, creating corners and edges and hard shapes instead of soft ones. Yeah. I just finished a mint chip cow today and I'm obsessed with it. I'm assuming you're not talking about eating one, so I'm going to guess crochet, and that sounds really cute. I don't know, okay, I do know exactly why. I've never done a cow properly on this channel, and that is because in my life before Complicated Knots, one of the things that I designed was a cow, and it's like this big. And it's like this, it's got nostrils and an ear and a little ear tag and a little udder, and it's just got spots. And it's wonderful. And do I have my book here? I do have my book here. I think it's in my OG pattern book. But it already exists, and so the challenge isn't there, you know? Okay, I only have the small cow here, but like a cow. I've already got a cow. The big cow is a bunch of notes sitting in a notepad, one of 50 notepads that I have lying around, and was never really like compiled. Yeah, so that's there is an explanation as to why I've never cowed on the channel. It's like I've climbed that mountain already. Seriously though, how cute are Highland cows? Oh my god, with the hair. So cute. giant meat puppies. Hyperbolic crochet is cool. Hyperbolic, or is it hyperbolic superspheres? Something like that. You just keep adding and adding and adding and adding and letting the chaotic coral form. I thought about doing that when I got my 100,000 subscribers play button. Just like putting 100,000 stitches into it, and then I did the math on how long that would take. And so like, assuming what, 3 seconds a stitch? It's 300,000 seconds. Someone do the math again, because I remember coming out of it going, no, I'm not doing that for however many days that is. I'll find another way. I haven't found another way yet, but I intend to. We're going to find another way. We will celebrate that. I just want it to be cool. And none of the ideas I've come up with so far have been realistic or scalable, because we both know, we all know that eventually there is a non-zero chance that I will someday hit 1 million, and whatever I do for the 100,000 needs to be scalable to 1 million, and every idea I've come up with is not scalable for 1 million. And so it's like, that's not, you know, like dress for the job you have or dress for the job you want. It's kind of like that. It's like, begin how you mean to continue. It's like, okay, well, I want to continue to grow and produce stuff on YouTube. And so part of that is planning ahead for that eventuality and just hoping it comes out all right. But like, I've got to make something scalable, that means. So like, if I make something 100,000 stitches, that would mean that I would have to make something 1 million stitches, which I believe comes out as years of work, not days. So not super feasible. Yeah, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, and we're gonna do one more back post stitch because I missed one. That happens sometimes. But I can see you there, you sneaky stitch. Don't want to lose that one there. That's where I need to start. You've got to be careful with back post stitching. It's always trying to trick you. All right, so now we're just going to close off the bottom of this, but as we close off now, we'll be able to like poke it in and it'll be a little bit more concave, so the body will be like tucked up inside if we want it to be, which is great. Note to Master, I find it fascinating when I like can narrow in on an individual who doesn't crochet who has somehow ended up in the chat or the community. But like, welcome, first of all. But second of all, you don't know stitch math? That's fine. I'm sure you know a different kind of math. Everybody, even people who hate math know some kind of math, whether it's like cooking math or like commute math. That's a powerful one. People who know how to drive know how to like distance math. It's like, yeah, you all know math. Just math comes in a million different flavors. Don't know why that got such a flair of song, but apparently I'm feeling quite musical about it. One. Hello, Emily. Welcome home from work. Ah, Holly, you can. Just draw every day. I don't care if it's a bird. Draw a bird every day. Draw a bird every day for the next year. Guarantee by the end of it you'll be better than I am at drawing. Can even be the same bird. And that's 10. Cool. I forgot to put the stitch marker in because I have a lot of faith in these back post rows, but it means that I'm a little twitchier than I would like to be right now. Yeah, bus stop math. There you go. Is that like always arrive 15 minutes before the bus because you'll probably either see it just leaving or... I don't know, I used to live in an area with very unreliable buses, and what was really fun about them is there'd be one bus every half hour, and it would always be either 20 minutes early or 10 minutes late, and you would never know which bus it was that you just saw leave. You could perhaps crochet a base and then add something to that base for every subscriber. Yeah, no, I've thought about that, something like that. I've also thought about like the concept of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, sorry. Oh, hold please. I've thought about doing. That was a mess. That was an absolute mess. I've thought about doing something like 100,000 stitches worth of your ideas, or even just like some sort of visual representation of what 100,000 stitches looks like. Because for reference here, Marigold, I think clocks in at about 12,000. So, like, just in terms of scale, that's what we're talking about. But like 100,000 stitches worth of ideas I get from the Not My Idea chat or the video ideas area, where like I get a lot of I get a lot of requests for a bunch of different animals all the time. And so like 100,000 worth of those, but then I'm left with the problem of if I do pound out 100,000 stitches worth of your ideas, I'll need to do a pattern for each one of them, which doesn't necessarily work with the way scheduling works, because I don't want to spend 2 weeks having the best time ever designing all the things and then have to spend the next 6 months doing nothing but release patterns that I've already written, because the designing's the fun part. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're back at the start yet. We must be nearly home. Tangela was the last Pokemon stream. There was a wolf stream last week. No way, a live stream on my birthday? 30s don't suck. 30s are great. 30s fantastic. Loving them so far. No notes. So happy birthday, Coletti Spaghetti. I like the names. There's my starting point. So do I have one more in me? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a decrease. I think I'm slightly off here. 1, 2, 3. So I should have 2 more. Yeah, so I've woofed it. Well, I'm just going to sneak an extra decrease in here. And none of you are going to tell anybody. Okay. Because I don't feel like frogging all of it again. And now we'll go back to using our stitch marker because we're good. We're good and well behaved. CK, weren't we only doing 2 more rows, or am I just slap happy? I might have said something along the lines of 2 more rows of single crochet or 2 rows of single crochet, but we weren't done yet. We're closing off the bottom of this now, so I will close this off completely. We're down to 30 stitches in our round, so we'll close it off over, what, 24, 18, 12, 6, 4 more rows, but they're going to be progressively shorter. And you'll see that post-stitching is allowing me to tuck that up inside. So we're just closing that off, and then he just needs some little legs and some spots on his shell and we'll be done. So we are at the 3-hour point. He'll be done by the 4-hour mark, and we'll pick another one. Oh, there's still plenty of gas in this tank. The frogging did hold us up though. No, we just put that in, we don't take it out. One stitch for every 100 subscribers to make a blanket or a tapestry. Yep, I thought of something like that. But see, it's hard. It's hard to think of something at that scale, right? Because even that times 10 is huge. Big, big, big. So the way I'm thinking of it is Chonk was really early on in this journey. I think Chonk was before I had even 10,000. It's Chonk the baby dragon, for anyone who was wondering. And so I'm thinking I'm going to make a big one of him, beach ball sized. And then if we hit the 1,000,000, I'll make a beanbag sized one. And if the absolutely ludicrous thing happens where we hit 10 million, well, at that point, I'm sure I can afford bionic wrists and we'll make something the size of like a single bed or a double bed, you know? But like, rather than trying to like literally scale the number of stitches, I'm thinking about just scaling up the creature. This is Chonk, for anyone wondering. Chonk the baby dragon. So beach ball size for 100k, beanbag size for the 1,000,000. I think that's a fair conversion, fair metric. You can join the stream, bud. We've got a little pile happening around. Hello. Perhaps you could create a hybrid creature using subscribers' suggestions. I kind of feel like I do that a lot already though. Yeah. Just wanted it to be like a notable flagship type of thing. Because, like, yeah, Frankenpattern is kind of an obvious one. I have an entire box of bits over there that I've accumulated over the years from draft patterns and that sort of thing. But I don't feel like it's grand enough. It's like this is a milestone that I have been like, I wasn't like, even before I was like hoping for it, I always thought it would be just like the coolest thing ever. Like back when YouTube was first becoming a thing, I thought like, how cool would it be to have one of those? Before it even occurred to me that I could be a YouTuber, which I suppose is what I am. That was something that I dreamed about the same way some people, I guess, aspire to certain cars or homes or sports ball achievements. This mine was a silver play button. Like, it means more to me than I think the gold ever will. So I feel like it has to be something special enough, but unfortunately what that means at the moment is that it's stopping me from doing anything. So I've kind of settled in on the chonk idea. That doesn't mean I won't do every other idea I've suggested. It just won't necessarily be for that moment in our channel's history. Yeah. Pink Remus, that is huge. And I'm getting the sense that you're a blanket person. Now, I'm a blanket person in the sense that I like to be under them. I am not a blanket person in the sense of crocheting them. I feel like it's a lot of effort. It's a lot of the same, but I also understand that repetition can be very soothing too, so. And there's some very challenging blankets out there. I mean, I gave the Sophie's Universe one fair old crack at one point. I got, I think, 2/3 of the way through it before the rows started just taking too long to go around, and I sort of was just like, okay, no, I think I'm gonna just pop that to one side for now, and now it sits in a box. Did I give it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I thought I'd skipped a row, but I actually had just accomplished a row while I wasn't paying attention. I counted though to make sure that I wasn't just, yeah, we're good, everything's fine. We're at 137, that is so huge. And like, that is so much to get done in a single month. Ooh, somebody's idea got some enthusiasm. A beach ball chunk, yeah, see, I think a beach ball chunk would be great fun. And because we wouldn't just be like, first of all, I want to review the pattern because it's a really old one now. And like, I feel like I can update parts of him that aren't, like these claws are a nightmare. I can do them better. I know different tricks now. But also, when scaling up, you get to add details. You get to make as many individual scales as you want. We all know I love that. Now, we are not overstuffing our mushroom because we want this to sit inwards and upwards. But we do want to stuff it, I don't know, I'm thinking about trying to cram some stuffing in around the rim, so. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, granny squares isn't a bad way to go. The fanciest blanket I think I've ever done was a wedding present for my brother and my sister-in-law, slash sister, because I think the in-law is redundant. And yeah, I just made a bunch of squares in a bunch of different sizes, and then I laid them all out and I made squares to fit in between them. And like I went online and I just found every imaginable square that I could find that was interesting, and I combined a whole bunch of them into this giant like patchworky thing that I really hope stays together. This is like, for some people, you put that effort in because you know how much they'll appreciate it, and they'll understand that it's you telling them how much they mean to you, you know? So like you put, some people get the effort, you know? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 18. Cool, we are doing great. Now I am going to go out for a little stretching break once I've finished crocheting this piece. I was going to wait till we sewed it all together, but I do just, my hip is starting to seize up a little bit. So I'm going to go for a little break, and I could trigger some ads, which I think some of you are currently watching anyway, or I can just put the Be Right Back sign up. I haven't gotten music sorted yet. I'm so sorry. I know that that was some of your feedback from our previous Pokemon one. But we might just have to make do. So I'm going to turn the mic off in a second once we've finished closing off this piece. And I'll be away for 5 or 10 minutes. And then we'll come back and we'll assemble our Krabby and make him some more little legs. Mr. Bones, I really wish you wouldn't give them ideas like that. Can you imagine? Oh my goodness. Where would I even put it? Episode 1 would be building a shed. Why? It's a secret. Very cool. End up with a Mr. Beast sized compound just to host my giant dragon. That's probably what retirement looks like for me. A shed with a giant crochet project that will never be done. Hi Sam! Thanks for joining. So yeah, just going to weave this end around. I think this mushroom cap came out pretty good actually. Like I was worried that the top of it was too thin, but I think it's a pretty good shape. I think it's pretty close to the source material. And then he'll go in here. Come here, turtles. Oh, a little bit more in there. Oh yeah, that's the money. Nailed the sizing. Oh, the top of that's supposed to stick out of the shell, like this. And we are going to cheese it a little bit in the sense that I'm not going to create the connection, I don't think. It's just going to be stuck on. But I think with the other legs attached, I don't think we'll be able to tell. Right. Bye, Nikki. Thanks for hanging out. All right, so that is where we currently are. I think he's looking great. Color check. So I am going to change us back to the Pokedex and just slap a bit of text on the screen saying I'll be back in a minute. And I'm going to take a 5-minute break because I just need to walk around for a minute. Back in 5. Alright guys, I'll see you in a minute. See, I listen. I turned the camera back on before I started talking this time, and I know that because I know it freaked you out last time. Alright, thanks for bearing with me. It was nice to get a good, like, hip stretch in. Old lady hips, what can I say? Oh, lovely. We're all just talking about our current projects. Had some candy too. We talked about so much of it. I should have refilled the water bottle, but I didn't, and that's fine. Alright, so what we are going to do is make 4 little legs, and I think we're going to go tubes, and we're actually going to start at the body end, and that way, as when we finish off, we can form it into a point, and you can have some nice pointy little legs, but they're not going to be very big. And I say that not because we're playing a heckin' game of Yarn Chicken right now. But yeah, realistically, we should get this guy wrapped up pretty soon. He's taken longer than expected, but I promise we are still definitely going to do one more. At least. At least one more, depending on what comes up. If you still got startled, that's not my fault. I turned the camera on first. I waved, I waited, and then I started talking. Effort was made. Oh, you're making a succulent Chinese meal? That is democracy manifest. I'm not continuing the quote. Oh, lots of teddy bears in the chat today. Teddy bears and blankets. I like this. It's like one giant, big, crafty afternoon for me, but I suppose it's crafty morning for some of y'all. I'm going to finish writing the instructions for the mushroom. That's kind of important. There we go. I did it. Don't worry, guys. I did it. And now for the legs, we're going to magic ring 6. We're going to do 6 single crochet, then we're going to immediately decrease to get it down to 5. And then we're going to just 5 single crochet until we're happy with it. Yeah. No increases, no real shaping. Just a nice pointy leg, even if there is 4 of them. Bye-bye and gone. Oh, bye, Moonrose. Oh, temperature snake could be good. I found that if you don't keep up with temperature projects, they'll leave you behind. Oh, uniquely Sarah, that is a challenge you have set yourself, that flower bunny. That flower bunny is not... It's a challenge. It's more of a puzzle, I think, than a crochet piece. But that has its own kind of fun to it. Just choose your colours carefully or you'll end up with Meat Bunny. Nobody wants Meat Bunny. Okay. Whew. Sorry if I heard just like come back with like kind of a lull in a little bit of peaceful energy, which I think is nice. It's so funny because like the room feels quieter now than it was before, and I'm still the only one here. Even if I did take over Mr. Bones' chat briefly. Yeah, no reds. Keep them peaceful blues and greens is my recommendation, with maybe some purple. Stay away from pink. $11 and $12. Ooh, what kind of tea are we making? 13. Yeah, I didn't mind the green one that I did, but it did turn out as what has become Zombunny. 13. 14. I thought it was more of a hedge bunny, but Zombunny won. 15. 16. A granny square each day. You gave up. Oh, we jumped. We jumped and it's gone. I'm so sorry. I was halfway through reading a comment and it just vanished. So I think I might have been very delayed. Either that or a bunch of you just arrived and started chatting. Either way, welcome. Hello. Yep, that's the puff. We're talking about the puff flower bunny at the moment. I'm on the dreaded 3 a.m. when no one should be awake. Oh, Nikki, we talked about this. 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. We've all agreed. We're all asleep. The night owls are asleep. The early morning risers are asleep. How long should a crab's leg be? I think that's about right, honestly. He doesn't have super long legs. Maybe one more row. Oh, no, there it is. It's back. I tried a blanket last year that has a granny square each day and gave up on it. Thought it was saying something about months before, but... Oh, yeah, okay. Anybody who's working on a digital project right now, they have a document open, any kind of notes, any kind of artwork, anything, save your work right now. Control S, it costs you nothing. Do it. Do it. Right now. Save it. Save your work. You liked the accidental skinned bunny. Well, you know what? It takes all types. And I liked it, but it looked just so very... I don't want to say scabby, but scabby was definitely the vibe. It is currently 4:22 p.m. here, and we have spent far longer on crab than I thought we would. But I still think that's fine. I just hope that... Honestly, okay, it doesn't really matter which one you guys pick. I think the rest of them should all be... Yeah, it's just I'm very aware that 2 of them have 2 hiding behind the partition. And I think from memory 1 of them has 1 hiding behind the partition. So... I don't know what I'm signing up for the rest of this, but we can only do our best. What, you don't like the word scabby? Oh, what kind of Stardew Valley mods are you making? I watch a lot of Stardew Valley YouTube content and they all have all kinds of... Like, I don't play with mods personally, but they all play with different mods and I just think that's fascinating. Plus, I just think it's really cool. Also, I like Concerned Ape's whole attitude towards the modding community of that game. Gives the whole place a really good vibe, you know? He is his own product, and that's great. Somebody getting some help. What does 7 single crochet over tail mean? It means this. Ready? We've got a tail. I'm going to start a slip stitch with that long tail. And then rather than working into a chain, we're going to insert our hook under the chain, under the thing, yarn over around the tail and work a single crochet. So kind of like you'd start an I-cord, but then we're just going to work all of our stitches over the top of this tail. A little impromptu tutorial here. So I'm doing a couple here because I want to show you what happens with this and why we do it this way instead of just with a chain. So you see how we've got like that little strand? Well, now if I tug on the tail that we're working over the top of, it curls on itself. And you end up with like, depending on how hard you pulled, little curls. And so like that is why. There is a reason to why I have that instruction sometimes, and it's often because we want to curl something. Yeah. Converting some mods with recolor options into ones with in-game colors rather than selecting one single one in a config file. Okay. I'm not sure I really get it, but it sounds very, very technical. And I'm sort of just technical enough to wish I was slightly more technical, you know? One day I'll teach myself how to code properly. Then it's on. Crochet software out the wazoo. I'll package everything into paywalled courses and cash in and create my own streaming service. No, that was a very catty thing to say. That was not aimed at anyone in particular. Any storylines or characters that appear to represent people in reality is purely coincidental. Yeah, it is. It's really good for doll's hair. I've used it for the chat was talking, I think, about crocheting over the tail. So that is how we did Tangela's curls. It's how I did my pig's tail. It's how I do a lot of antennas on things. It's honestly just like a really great technique. It's just at the end of it, you tie the tail you're working over the top of and your active strand together to knot it off and finish it off so it doesn't slip once you're happy with it. Did I do 2 rounds of 6 single crochet on the other one, or 1? I don't think I talked about it. I certainly didn't write it down. Okay, 1. Welcome back, Pink Remus. 2, 3. 4. Wow, okay. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you're doing better, Sam. That sounds rough. I mean, at least, I mean, it's a thin at least. They make big hooks, kind of like the big therapy pencils, I guess, if motor skills are an issue. We have a friend, it's like who works with stroke victims. So I'm just going to stop talking so I don't say anything insensitive, but just know that my heart goes out to you and I hope you're doing better. Two of what right now? Not that technical, mostly just moving around some assets into their own image files and then changing them 1 or 2 words. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that doesn't actually sound like too intense. Like I've seen people like creating mods before, and like the background of it seems pretty straightforward. It's basically just like replacing variables or like gaps in strings. But I don't want to accidentally just turn this into a rant about coding. It's like I used to administer and run and customize my company's, the company I worked for's CRM. And so that's Cody adjacent. So I have a peripheral interest. Anyway, I'm losing track of my own thing. A bit of one I got on Etsy, so how do you manage that first time? What are we talking about? Do we prefer straight hooks or the ones with the squishy handles? Oh, straight hooks. Do I get a vote? I vote straight hooks. Curious to hear what you guys all say. Let me know if you guys want a poll on the subject. If it's polarizing. Yeah. No, I'm a sucker for a straight hook. I don't even like the big bulbous ones. I think I've spoken about that before. But I understand that they have a use and a purpose for some people. They're a function thing. They're just definitely not for me. Yet. I intend to be crocheting for another 40 years. Minimum. They might be for me someday. Are the clover hooks really worth the hype? Because like everybody seems to be like, oh, the clover hooks, got to use those. It's just like I don't think I've ever encountered them in the wild here. But they seem to be like the standard. I have no idea how many rows of 5 single crochet I've done. I'm just going to measure it against the other leg. Okay, yeah, carpal tunnel would be a limiting factor. I think that's it. Did I pin you on? Let's unpin you. Oh no, we are. We have a ways to go yet. We have... So that's 2 more rows. I just really lost count. Might have to start a new ball of yarn just for the other 2 legs. Yeah, okay, let's do this. We're in a conversation about it, let's just do it. So what I found really interesting is, so if you're in the Stardew modding community one way or the other, like you have to be aware of who Blade is, I'm assuming. So like he's like the New Zealander who's hacked basically the entire game and can predict based on how many steps you've taken whether or not it's going to rain and where your staircases are in the mines. And that's just interesting to me. I don't know how much of it still applies after the 1.6 patch. Lace tulip hooks. I've not heard of those. I recently got a pony hook. That's not it. That's not it either. It's like this one, but I have a whole cup of hooks here. There we are, that's my new pony hook. So I recently got a pony hook that we're going to give a go. It's a 3.25, so it's technically a size smaller than the one I've been used to. But just like feeling it, it feels like I'm just going to snap it in half with the pressure between like these fingers, because this is how I hold my hook and then I roll it. So I'm a little nervous about it, but we're giving it a go. Oh, the crabby's getting stabby. Hand braces or wraps not help someone with dexterity issues? I'm not sure. Okay, cool. We got a Pony Hooks fan in the chat. Have you had any issues with them snapping? Is really what I'm interested in knowing. Okay, so clover, people like them because of the soft handles on them. It's like I'm wondering if this is similar, because this has got a little squish to it. And like I didn't hate the handle as much as I thought I was going to. So there is potential that this will become a handled channel in future. Yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting that it's my job to keep talking. Okay, so, all right, and then we've also got the people loving the clover hooks but not really liking them themselves. Like, yeah, it's just a matter of personal preference, because I know that, like, I think it's Furls that do those, like, ones with, like, the big handles that are meant to be, I think they're ergonomic or something, but you know what? In terms of chairs, ergonomic just means less comfortable. And I'm wondering if it's the same thing for hooks. So, that's two little leggies. That's what I mean about being able to cheat a little bit. But this is the extent of the yarn I have left, and so we are playing a game of Yarn Chicken. I'm hoping to get one more leg out of it. And I need you to send me all the crabs you can in chat. Just as a way of extending this yarn long enough to be a leg all on its own. And maybe if we crab enough, we'll get a whole leg out of it. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, another vote for... Did we not stop? I went... Oh, Holly, it was only a 5-minute break. I've been back for a while. I went out there and did some, like, I don't know if it's called frog pose or what, but it's like a very deep squat to stretch my poor abused hip. Which honestly doesn't bother me so much anymore now that I'm not in an office environment. And we're gonna, no, you know what, we're gonna do 2 rows of single crochet, and I'll update the pattern because I feel like that's more accurate to what I did the first time. I think I just lost count. 4, 5, and 6. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know what I've been watching? Oh, thank you for the crabs. Everybody's sharing crabs. Thank you so much. Our crab salvation. Oh no, that's all we've got. Oh, by the power of crab. Hopefully we can make this work. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think the crabs are going to be enough. I think that we've tried and we've made a noble effort, but I don't think it'll be sufficient to get this job done. Now we have like 25 stitches to do. Enough yarn to do like 9. 1, 2. Six, 7, 8. Oh my goodness, it actually is going to be close. 9, 10. We're halfway through. Maybe he can have just one shorter leg. That happens to crabs sometimes, right? Hi, Ananya. Thank you. Thank you for the lovely message. You're welcome. Sorry for the crabs. They're giving me luck right now. Oh, do I attach new yarn just for one row of legs, or do I just give him a slightly shorter leg? Oh, we still need 2 rows. We'll attach. We'll attach. Do I have... Whoop! I'm still here. Oh, there we go. I don't have to butcher my shelves. I've got a spare in the box. Keep that to add to my spreadsheet. It's got others in it. Let's keep this to add to my spreadsheet and I'll pop it there so I don't forget it. I keep track of when I start a new ball and when I finish one off, so that when I go to Spotlight, my local craft store, I can just pull it up on my phone and just be like, okay, cool, so I need 2 cloud, 1 sun gold, 1 wisteria. What the hell is melon and where is the duck egg? Oh, do I want a magic knot or do I just want to color attach? I'm just going to color attach. We'll magic knot it. You can technically just attach new colors as a color change, which is normally what I do, but there's such a narrow space on this leg that I just think a magic knot is probably a more secure choice. There we go. All attached. Yeah, see, the duck egg colour is beautiful, which might be why the Spotlight I went to yesterday was sold out. Wash it or use nose grease? For, okay. Oh, for the squeaking hooks. Right, okay. I'm sitting going like, what conversation did I just stumble back into? Is my hook squeaking annoying people? Is that why we're talking about it? Because my skin is literally too dry to use nose grease. And I've just washed my hair too. Does that help? No, it does not help. Yeah, I'm a very dry person. You know, you get like this the oily to dry skin spectrum. I am on the dry end of that. There is no moisture here. Speaking of which. Oh, I didn't know you could get a $5 voucher by doing click and collect. That is handy to know. I do know that they often do, first of all, their Marvel yarn, which is the stuff I use just because I really like the colour range they've got, which is why I've kind of become exclusive with it. Not because like, I'm not shilling for it, it's just this is the one that I use. They often do like 40% off on it, which means you can get a ball for like $2.70, $2.50, but then once every 6 months or so, they also do buy one, get one. That's the one to watch out for because first of all, that's better than 40% off, that's 50% off. But second of all, sometimes they don't pay attention to their sales and they layer the two. So for $2.70, you can get 2 balls of yarn instead of what is it, like $4 for one, something like that. Like, yeah, never buy full priced yarn. Not from Spotlight anyway. Oh, I'm sorry, Krabby. I did not mean to throw a Krabby tantrum. All right, we have one more leg to make, and then we'll sew them together, and then we'll be done with this guy. I think he has been worth the effort. He has been worth the time investment. I think he is fabulous, crabulous. Mythicals is not here anymore, so I get to make my own crab puns. One more leg. Marvel yarn is discontinued in the US. I genuinely didn't even know if they distribute it over there. I know that Red Heart Super Saver, or at least I've been told Red Heart Super Saver is the dupe or the equivalent. But yeah, I thought Four Seasons was even potentially just a Spotlight brand thing because I've just never encountered it anywhere else, including online. And I do obviously get the question a lot, like same as like with my needles. Where do I get them? How do I get it? How do I get that yarn? And it's just like, I wish that I was using an international source, but realistically, using an international source wouldn't work for me. I'm like getting anything delivered here to Perth. Anyone in the chat who is also here would know. Not only is our postal system fairly unreliable, but it just takes so long and there's no guarantee it'll arrive in its entirety. And yeah, it's just not reliable enough to build a business around. So it became, okay, so you shop what you can get in your local area, which is frankly better anyway, because it cuts down on the amount of like shipping type stuff going on. But yeah, this is what I can get in my local area at a reasonable price. And I'm a big advocate for using the cheapest acrylic you can find for amigurumi, because I think that the coarse of the yarn, okay, it can be a little rough on the hands, don't get me wrong here, but the coarse of the yarn, I reckon the better the stitches interlock, and I think you get better shaping from it. Plus, it just makes it that instantly more accessible. $2 ball of yarn from like the reject shop, as we were talking about earlier. Well, hooks have gone up in price, but you can still get one for like $5 from Kmart or Big W. Hell, check out your local Salvos or Vinnies. You might be able to find some. I mean, plenty of people don't end up donating buckets of hooks that would love to be given a new use. And so, like, just like that, for less than $10, you can embark on an epic crafting journey. Next thing you know it, you're passed out in a $1,000 pile of yarn. Wondering what happened to your 20s. I don't speak from experience, of course. I remember my 20s. The rest is pretty accurate, though. I've never seen a physical Lincraft store, but I'm also just in one corner of Perth. We're a pretty wide city. I think it's what, more than 200k from one corner to the other? Yeah. So yeah, Vinnies and Salvos also sells everything else. If you need stuffing, depending on what the sales are doing at the moment, sometimes it can be worthwhile going to either Target or Big W and just buying like a $3 pillow, because you can still get them for $3 to $5 some places. Polyester stuff is pretty much exactly the same as when you buy the hobby fill. It's just obviously not as densely packed. So like there is like a value for money calculation to be made there, but sometimes you have $3 to $5 and you don't have the money for an entire kilo bag of hobby fill. So like there are solutions there. The only thing I would gently recommend from Vinnies or Salvos, or honestly, even if somebody is giving you yarn, unless you're very aware of their house, plastic baggie in the freezer. For however long makes you feel comfortable, but at least a week for me. Kills any little bugs that you may not want to introduce into your own yarn stash. Quarantine. Bag, into a bag, into the freezer. Particularly if you're inheriting that yarn from an elderly person or an elderly relative who may not be quite as spry as they used to be. And I say that very gently and with a lot of love. Oh, secondhand crafting store is kind of the dream. Hello, Dastardly Boo. Because there was a 1 minute delay, I do not know which of the things I was just rambling on about was the good idea, but I appreciate your positive feedback. Okay, so the fact that you love to hear somebody explain focal point, even though like you don't really understand, you just like to hear them talk, I get that. I feel that in my bones. Hearing somebody talk about something they're like enthusiastic about is just one of the most wonderful things. It's just, it doesn't even matter if it's completely beyond your ability to understand it, which is not what I'm suggesting the situation is here. I'm just saying in general, I've been in that situation where somebody will be rambling on about something that is beyond my capacity. And it's also beyond my area of interest, but people who are interested in things are interesting. And yeah, if you're ever worried that you're boring, be interested in something. Be so interested in something, you will be interesting. Because, yeah, there's like a magnetism to somebody who can just speak with that much love about a subject. Even with something like focal length, which I admit, like, you can tell from my camera skills that, like, the camera stuff is not my strong suit. It is a side effect and a necessary evil. Hey, I know the rule of thirds. That's a very artsy one. It's about framing. There we go. We have all of our crabby pieces. So our choices now are sew the crab on or put spots on the shell, and I think we have to do the spots on the shell. I'm so sorry. I think that's going to be very repetitive viewing, and if it was a video I would edit it, but you came for the stream experience, which means you get to sit through this stuff as well. I'm just going to get a real long piece of bright, bright yellow, and we're going to just stitch some intermittent spots on. I'm going to map them out a little bit. I'll pull all the crab legs off. Sorry, bud. I'm so sorry. I might leave the head and body on, but I'm going to secure it a little bit more firmly. Yeah, there was a crunch there. It's always a little alarming. They totally look like chicken chippies. I agree. So, okay, so now I'm going to use some pins to just map out some rough ones, because I'm going to stitch over the top of the stitches, if that makes sense, to make our marks. So I think we'll put... Well, he's got a whitish blob centered over his head, so we will put that one in. Got to try and keep it in scale with everything else. So one whitish blob over there, and he has a smallish one up here. I'm going to make the ones on his front be loosely similar to the ones in the sprite, and then what I'm going to do is I'll just sort of fill in the back as makes sense. So all of them are kind of on the top, none of them are falling below the curve of the mushroom, so that is a rule that we will follow. But some of them are quite small. So he has a little one here. Love the little ones. Little one there, and he's got another little one there. So yeah, I can pretty confidently say that I got the shape pretty right. In fact, that I can map the spots on. Huge and ugly plushie reserve when cut it for the polyfill. You can do that, but again, I would freezer quarantine anything of that variety. Oh, I suppose with a plushie you can like just chuck it in the washing machine. Drown the little buggers. Anyone playing Helldivers? It's just really anti-bug talk right now. Oh. Oh no, please don't start talking about the Curiosity rover. I can't. Though I do have a song to recommend for you. It's called Carry On Little Rover by Stupendium. You will weep. I weep. I think I cry too easily at some of this stuff, but no, I just have a soul. I always feel bad for the dolls so you can't cut them. Yeah, I get that. Mr. Bones gets a little uncomfortable whenever I stab pins into things. Because they've got little spirits. You can see them. Where is my big curved needle? Did I pull it out already? I did. I get real upset whenever I see those TikToks of the people thinking they're doing such a great, wonderful thing by cutting up those beautiful old crochet tablecloths and bedspreads and turning them into like... I'm not going to use descriptors because I don't want to be mean, but I'm going to just say outfits. And my heart breaks whenever I see it because it's not showing respect to those items. I don't care what's said about it. It's like, that's my controversial take for the day. It's awful. There we go. And the stitching begins. Schloop. So I'm doing these spots the same way I did on Vileplume. I do not have Vileplume around at the moment that I can see. I'm not sure where Vileplume ended up, but he's not here. And that is over the top. I thought I was just going to go in between the stitches, but he ended up a little bigger than I thought, so I need to make a more dominant presence than I thought I was going to. Oh, well, your 1-year-old probably doesn't realise that sleep is exactly what they need. But someday they'll appreciate the fight, I'm sure. Excuse me, sir. I got distracted for a second and you thought that was your chance to run. Little did you know. You threw a claw at me. Out here throwing claws. Getting tangled on everything. You are misbehaving, sir. I'm not crocheting the Curiosity Rover. And I don't want to talk about the Curiosity Rover. Maybe I'll do the Curiosity Rover. But I'm going to cry if I do, and you'll have brought it on yourselves. It's not a cute little trickling tear. It's a bright pink, tomato-faced, sniffing... Yeah. What is it? It's Parasect? You've been here the whole time. You know what we're doing. Or unless you're asking about the rover, in which case it's just... It's on Mars. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Let's change the subject. Give me some crabs or something. It makes me really sad. And that sucks. Yeah, Boston Dynamics has recently covered their Spot robot in fur and made it look like a dog to try and make it more, I don't know, family friendly. They thought it made it less terrifying, but it's very Evan and Caitlin's cursed Furby robot dog levels of not okay. It's like a biblically accurate robot. It's not biblically accurate, that's a entirely different thing. But you know what I mean? It's just like, it's not, it doesn't make it better. You can cover something with fake fur and I can still tell it's a demon. Boston Dynamics has actually just recently unveiled their new one. Thank you. Thank you for the crabs. Teefies? Oh, I guess a little bit, like it's hiding in its upright shell and just peeking out. A little bit. Oh, I love that. Thank you, Wolf Squish, for saying that. I love hearing that people are making the things. Because, like, otherwise, like, I don't... At a certain point, you don't get a lot of feedback from the pattern videos, right? Which is fine. They're up there because I want them to be up there and out there. But at the same time, it's sometimes just really nice to hear that, like, people are doing it. And you guys are normally very vocal and good about telling me that. It's just also, it all gets kind of drowned out in the general noise of the industry. So it's really cool to hear that my otter has traveled the globe and is making someone happy. Yep, the dark crystal. That's an excellent one. I'm not convinced that's child friendly. I am a massive fan of Brian Froud though. I have a lot of his art books. I have some of his art prints too. Some of his fairies. The Jester from the Labyrinth, or the Magician from the Labyrinth. Oh, I even might have. Yeah, here we go. It's wedged in there, but this book that I'm pointing at here, that is The Goblins of the Labyrinth. So that's Brian Froud. He did the concept art for both the Dark Crystal and the Labyrinth, in case you didn't know. Very, very talented man. He also did I think it's Lady Cottingham's Squashed Fairies. That one there seemed to be a real crowd pleaser, the Squished Fairies. Yeah, so the Dark Crystal was childhood nightmare fuel because of something called the Skeksis. But I feel like it's one of those things where if you did not encounter it as a child, it does not have the same impact if you see it as an adult. Like, don't get me wrong, you might be able to tell that it's creepy, but it's not the same kind of, like, it doesn't brand itself on your psyche quite the same way. Basically, big evil birds suck the life out of tiny, innocent, childlike, elf-type creatures because they've been split from, I don't know, their souls? I don't know what you'd call it. But they used to be one type of creature and then they were split into two creatures, the good and evil. It's kind of like the duality of man question. Oh, this chat has gone some places today. Yeah, Dance Magic Dance. You did the Dark Crystal Kickstarter. I was only peripherally aware of it then. I know that they were trying to make comic books or a TV show or something, and I feel like it got greenlit, but I haven't seen anything about it since. Tell you what, one Kickstarter that I'm really excited for, because I backed it, is the Dungeon Crawler Carl limited edition hardcovers for the first book. I love that series so much. It's so good. Any readers out there? You should look up Matt Dinnerman, Dungeon Crawler Carl. Specifically the audiobook version, which is weird. I'm not normally an audiobook person, but Jeff Hayes and Soundbow Theatre, a little shout out there, literally makes this story. It's genuinely incredible. Yeah, it's just, they've sold me on the concept of audiobooks. Don't make that noise. I'm so sorry. I'm going to assume that's not just me talking and that you're instead referring to the Skeksis noise that I made uncannily accurately earlier. As I said, branded on the psyche. It's there forever. How are our mushroom spots coming? So that's 2 down. 1 million more to go. I'm tempted to put this guy to one side just so that we get to, like, I can sew him together later. I don't know. I'm going to do a little poll just because I'm worried that this isn't super interesting. I'm going to do a little poll. Here we go. Ooh, where's the chat? We're going to start a poll. And start a new one. And sew this together later. Cool. Right. Keeping in mind that I'm typing like this, okay? Oh, that's loud. It's coming through the walls. So, like, that's just to give you guys the chance if you're, like, the longer this takes, like, these spots are going to take me at least an hour to sew together. So that would mean that we possibly wouldn't see another one today. And I'm not really happy with that. I would like to get at least one more done today. So this is our window of opportunity to move on so that we have time to make a completely new one. So I'll leave that poll open for now. Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm happy with that. I've seen a lot of the yes votes coming through. I'm just going to close that poll. You've kind of confirmed what I was thinking. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, the fun is in getting to, like, see what's happening next, pick a new one, get started on the shaping. You really don't need to see me stab something with a needle for the next hour and a half. But I promise he'll get finished up and I'll show him on the next stream. The patrons will see him. He'll probably get posted to the Discord. But for now, we will just pop his pieces to one side. Yeah, he's very full of pins. That was a mistake. And put him over there. So, alrighty, here we go. Let's swap back to the, which screen is it on? Yeesh. So this one. Turn that off, I'm not going anywhere. Here we are, it's this one. Okay. So we're gonna need another poll. Taking its own sweet time, loading. Thought I ended that. Cool. My apologies to anybody who was hanging out to watch the sewing. I understand if we finish the next one, we'll come back and we'll finish the sewing as well. It's just I'm aware that it's 5 o'clock now. I probably only have 1 or 2 hours before I have to take another break. So, like, I don't want to, like, just do one and it's only a crab. Not that we don't love the crab. So, let's start a poll. Let's... Which, and we're going to go 1, 2, add option, 3, start poll. All of the colours are representational this time. They are the correct colours. I believe that should be on the screen for you now. It is. Oh, there's a giant 4 over the top of Mr. but that's fine. Oh, 1 coming out strong at the offset there. With 39, 38, oh. Can it make a comeback? Nope, 2 is taking over again. We're not sure if we want pink or yellow, but we're sure we don't want brown. I'm going to tell you guys, that brown is staying in these options until you pick it. Just warning you. At some point, you're going to have to bite the bullet. Oh, wait, nope, 3 is making a comeback. Guys, you can't do this. You can't have equally split for all 3 of them. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave that running for, I can see a little timer in the corner of my screen. I'm going to give it 10 seconds and I'm going to end poll. And wherever it ends, whichever's the top, even if there's 1% in it, that's who we're doing, okay? Okay, 10 seconds starting now. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, end poll. Wait for that to filter through and print out the results in the chat. Yeah, and I'm waiting for the results just the same as you are. I think 1 was in the lead at the end there. There it is. Okay, it looks like you guys chose pink with 35% of the vote. Okay, so here we go. We are going to be doing number 1, which is pink. And this is always tricky because I like to bait you and get you guys to guess, but I also can't do that because of the minute delay. It's just me sitting here waiting for chat to catch up and then there's a minute of dead air for you guys, which isn't great. Oh, why is that like that? I'm sorry, I've just snapped my chat window in a really awkward place. There we go. That's much better. Okay, cool. I can live with that. Alrighty, let's do this. Sorry, Rachel, but we voted for number 1 with 35% of the votes. It was very, very close. And we are going to turn these numbers off and we're going to see who's behind door number 1. Oh, oh, no, nothing there yet. Oh, oh, got a little edge of something. It's pink. It's pink. I forgot it was this one. I thought it was Wigglytuff. Oh my god. Okay, we're making eggs. Because of course we're making eggs. I genuinely thought that I'd put Wigglytuff behind that square, but apparently I'd put the eggs in. Which is honestly a great fun one to finish, because it's just make a bunch of eggs. So we're going to make a bunch of eggs. Let me swap out this little face. There we go, and we'll swap him out for you. There we go. Oh, that's so funny. It's not as funny as I feel like it is, but it feels funny. So I have picked this colour out for them, holding it behind the sprite there. I feel like it's as close as I'm going to get. Potentially this would have been closer, but I thought this was a bit white, and I wanted them to read as pink, you know? Oh, okay, cool. There's a surprising amount of love for the eggs. I was expecting way more pushback from that. Hooray. It would have been good around Easter, but I'm not waiting 12 months for it to circle around again. So eggs! Also, I looked up and there's like an international like bee day coming up, and I thought maybe we would tackle all of the Pokemon pollinators. So like, I'm thinking about stuff like that. Now we also need a yolk colour, and I'm thinking that's a yolk colour, because he has yolk in one of his poor little broken heads, and white for eyes, and we've got black as well. Now the question here is, how do I want to tackle all those eyes? Am I just crocheting, like embroidering a bunch of triangle eyes on, or am I using safety eyes for all of them? I think I'm just going to have to embroider eyes on all of them. Yeah, you're cracking up. I love that. Joke humor. This is excellent. Exactly what you wanted. I'm so sorry, but one day the pink will be Lickitung. It's just not today. Yeah, so we're going to make some eggs. We're going to draw some eggs. We're going to make some eggs. So, oh, I've scribbled nonsense all over my Pokemon page. That kind of bums me out a little bit. Exeggcute. Well, they're an egg. You take an egg, and then you make it half a dozen. Like, all of the eggs, I believe, are the same size and shape. They're just drawn from different angles there. So we will make 5 the same and then 1 that's broken. It's all over them. You yoker. Just got a double add. Okay, thanks for letting me know that. Shouldn't be sending you to a double add. Let me know if you get another one in the next half an hour. Because it should be set to, I think it's 1 every half hour or so, something like that. Yeah, I was almost slowpoke, but like I said, I genuinely thought that I put Wigglytuff behind there. I thought that you guys had picked Wigglytuff. I was all gearing up to talk about how Jiggles and Noodle Boy now have a proper chaperone, and like just lean into that whole angle of it. It was like I had the jokes ready, but nope. Then it was eggs. I don't know if there are any Land Before Time fans anywhere, but like I frequently do the whole eggs meme thing. But that might be too deep of a cut. And this guy's broken shelled, which is just a whole other thing. I did not draw faces on any of them. Bunch of triangles and lines is all that's going on here. Different angles. Oh, he's cranky egg. Rah, he's a bad egg. Yeah. This face is going this way. Wah. Anyone want to look up for me if the cracked egg is supposed to have a face or if his face is smashed off? It'll be a while before I get there. I'll look it up if I don't have an answer by then. Psyduck was last video. Yeah, it was one that you can't skip and then one skippable. Okay, well, as long as one was skippable. I don't have a lot of control about whether or not they're skippable or not. But yeah, they should only be like... You should be peripherally aware that they're there. They shouldn't be interrupting the experience. There we go. There we go. So just a bunch of bad eggs. The piece breakdown is not going to surprise anyone here. My pen is not as juicy as I would like it to be. I do like a juicy marker. So, looks like I'm going to be doing a lot of sewing for my homework this week. I'll make the eggs on stream, but then like, we'll pin them together and it'll be fine. I'll say I loved Ducky, but horribly sad story about the voice actress there. Eggies. Oh, Eggies! I love Dylan B. Hollis. Yeah, I love his, like, yeah, he's great. He's so funny. I wish he put out more content. Oh God, I put this one through something, haven't I? Look at that face. I don't know if that's really reading on camera, but let me just... I made him like slightly wall-eyed and real upset. Okay, so piece breakdown. We're going to make a bunch of eggs that are going to look about like this. I'm going to make them pretty small. They're not going to be big eggs. They're just like, maybe even that. So we're talking like 5 or 6 rows, maybe 5 or 6 rows. Can't I have this piece of it? Uniquely, Sarah gets it. So yeah, we're going to make a bunch of eggs. And then we're going to make a broken egg. And so the broken egg will be the same base that we have here. So we'll start from the bottom and work upwards, just to make this a bit easier. And then we'll get almost all the way to the top. And we'll do... There's a couple of different ways to approach broken, but I kind of want to... We'll do it as 2 pieces. So we'll leave some loops free and do like... Finish one piece off with the yoke dome, and then we'll join in the other set of loops and form like a broken shell around it. So we'll build the broken egg up in layers. So how I'm going to approach this, I'm going to make one egg that's normal, maybe, and if there's any question about it, I'll make a second egg that's normal, and then we'll make the broken egg just to get a little practice. Yeah, I say that things, yeah. Okay, Holly's been here before, I guess. I say they're going to be small, and then we'll just see. We'll see what we end up with. Yeah, okay, let's reset the notebook. Exeggcute? Oh, it's Exeggcute. So I always get the egg in the wrong spot in this name. I think it's... Is it Exeggcute? Or is it Exeggcute? Because I know it's one way around for execute and the other way around for executor. Executor. Yes, what are we going to do? We are going to make an egg. I was like, hey, you guys might be bored watching me make a crab. Hey, you want to make me make some eggs instead? Part of a nutritional breakfast. What's happening here? There we go. Okay, so that's something. And this is something else. Great. Let's start with magic ring of 6. Once we've untangled this. Okay, cool. So yeah, it's the second. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think his face should be sadder, to be honest. Cracked, gotta hurt. Right. Okay. So they do. It does have a face. See, Darcy Rose, I knew I could count on you for that. Yeah, so that's what I mean. It's just like, it's real hard to get the details from behind sometimes, but like, they are the details that I miss. The like secret tail. Particularly now that I'm not like playing and thus catching and thus battling every single one, or battling with every single one. So it's like kind of hard to tell what's going on behind the face. That was completely woofed. There we go. Yeah, it was a lot of yarn bath, Sam. But it was like, I was trying to work out if it was yarn bath from inside, because this is Carnival yarn. This is a Big W brand, but they normally have a really nice, easy start center pull. And so it could have been from the outside or the inside. Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's shy because his yolk is out. I think he's just coming out of his shell. Oof, okay, yeah, nah. No, that's not okay. Hold on one second. I'll see if I've got YouTube open and I'll turn the ads down. It shouldn't be doing that. It's obviously just gotten overexcited. Bear with me one second. Okay. I have turned the ads down. I don't know if that should not trigger an ad to launch immediately, but if it does, I'll stop it because I can sometimes stop them. Yeah. but I have turned that down. Because it's kind of a range and it is user specific, but it shouldn't have been more than once every 20 minutes. And it should have been closer to half an hour. But anyway, YouTube, gone to YouTube. What's really kind of funny, but I'm also kind of glad in hindsight, is I actually completely forgot to turn ads on for the Little Wolf live stream. I've turned them on now for the replay. But yeah, I just completely forgot to pay myself that day. Which I guess shows that my priorities are in a place. The ethics of whether or not it's the right place or the wrong place is up there, but my priorities are in a place. I was always scared of this Pokemon as a kid. Oh no, they're not zombie eggs. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I suppose they are kind of zombie eggs. They are the unborn. Okay, see how small we still are? We are managing small. Do I go a little bit bigger? I think I'm gonna go a little bit bigger. Not much bigger though, I promise. I'm well behaved. I'm doing my job. It's fine. I'm allowed to go as big as I like. Wow, yeah, okay, so that was all possible sides of that argument. I'm not going bigger. I am going bigger. 12 divided by 3 is 4. We know that. 3 single crochet and an increase. And we're going up to 15. And 15 is as wide around as they're going to go. Like, this one's always fascinating to me because, like, I get that they have more swarms of things. Like, they've got that fish one now. Wishy-washy, I think it is, now. But back in its day, it was very strange for a cluster of Pokemon to be considered a single Pokemon. And, like, what inspired them to make it half a dozen eggs? Were they just, like, going through the office fridge, desperate for another design? And then they turned it into a coconut tree. Right, there we are. It warned me that it was going to play ads for people. I skipped a batch of them as a sign of good faith, so the next lot will come up when they come up. 1, 2, 3. And increase. No, we're not having giant eggies. This is as fat-bottomed girls as these eggs are getting, and we're now going to do a couple of rows of 15. And there's going to be cute little eggies. It's going to make making the cracked one really annoying. But that's my problem. That's no one's problem but mine. Where is my stitch marker? Did it blow away in a strong wind? Oh, I was using a bobby pin, wasn't I? Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm just speaking ill of a tool that I just wasn't even using. 3, 4. There we are. Oh, they're actually seeds? Yeah, okay. Okay. But does, like, the plant grow from one of them? Or does the plant grow from the cluster that is 6 of them, including a broken one? And if one of them's not broken in time to evolve, do they gang up and break the 6th one so that the plant can grow? These are all questions we must be asking. See, I always liked Slowbro. Oh, thank you, Flushed Phoenix. Okay, as long as you're paying with points and not money, because that could have been a cup of coffee for you. Like, you need to spoil yourself. But I very much appreciate it, thank you. It's a hard line to walk between don't do this and thank you. Yeah, anyway. Okay, so that's 1 row of single crochet, and I think I'm going to do another one. From the cluster. Okay, and it gets more broken the closer to evolving. That's horrid. Keep them on top of the dresser and by the bed so they stare at him all night. Mine slowly kind of make their way around the whole house. But a big part of that is, like, I'll look up and Mr. Bones will have arranged them playing chess, and he'll have given one glasses and it will be lecturing to a group of others. Yeah. Yeah, it's cute. It gives them a lot of life. Less so since I've moved into this room, which was our, like, we had a spare room, but now it's not a spare room, now it's a my room. Yeah, because, like, they're all tucked away. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate it. Please don't do it. Just because. You guys, you're throwing me off my game. You're throwing me off my game. So yeah, like, less so since I've closed us away in this room, and they're all kind of a little bit more contained. So yeah, do I go around again or do I start narrowing off? I think I start narrowing off just proportionally. Okay, we're gonna narrow off proportionally. So we're gonna go 3 single crochet. Do I want to just do 2 decreases? I think I maybe just want to do 2. Back to the scribble board. If I do 2 decreases, and then in the next row I do them here, it's the equivalent of doing 4 decreases but more gradually, but it's a little bit more intense than just doing 1. So it's the same theory as staggering with 3, but instead we're staggering with 2. It's not something I've consciously done before, but it theoretically checks out. 2015, cool, that's 11, and it will get us down to 13, and then if we do the same thing again but the other way, it will be... this would be easier if I just drew it out like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a decrease, and then, cool, so this decrease on the next row will go there, and... there. Cool, alright. Just helping me space my stitches out. Benevolent Dinosaur. Yeah, okay, so we were making Parasect, but because of all the sewing involved, we've popped him to one side because we decided that we didn't have time to finish him and make another. So we have moved on to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 eggs. And in doing so, we will have the joy of at least making 2 today. That Parasect really got away from us. Oh, you guys, you are shameless. I see you up there trying to like make the eggs bigger. You wait, you'll see a cluster of 6 of these and you'll be like, yep, you know what, those were the right size. Complicated Knots was right. She was really looking out for us by not making giant bowling ball sized eggs. Oh. Yeah, that's right. You are egging me on. Oh, that's funny. Increase. Sorry. The further we get into this, the more I just want to count. 1, 2. Cool. Honest. Yeah. Yay. Good. Good. That worked out right. Oh, we've got most of a little egg. I think it's shaping up nicely. Oh, I didn't get the choice to skip those ones. Sorry to anyone who just got hit by the ads. I mean, the eggies do need to be somewhat big so they can turn into Exeggcute. No, Exeggcute needs to be manageable. So if we want Exeggcute to be manageable, we have to make the eggs small. They're bigger than a quail's egg, and entire quails come out of quail's eggs. So I think that this is fine. I was making I-cords, I-cord myself by hand last night to put the drawstring in the hoodie that I finished making, because I finished making the hoodie a week late, but it still got made. It got made, guys. It's here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and you will see it, assuming I get my editing button gear, in this week's video, because we revisited how to make, like, can you crochet a sewing pattern, but for clothing this time. And the answer is, of course, you can. The question quickly becomes, should I? Hello to Scotland! I'm pretty sure we put Scotland to bed at the start of this stream. Or maybe we just woke Scotland up at the start of this stream. But anywho, hello to Scotland. We are not making giant volleyball-sized eggs. They would make a nice neck pillow. Like you could just have it just like eggs. Well, there's still 11 around. Do I want to do decreases instead? Let's go. Sorry, those are calculating noises, which I'm sure you're all used to by now because you've been here. You've been here. You know the ways of the me's. That's 1, 2, 3, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's cool. That's even enough. We like even enough. 4, 3, 8, dick, and thrick, and decrease. We're getting us down to 9, which we can then evenly finish off, which is ideal. 6 AM when I started in Scotland. Okay, that makes sense. So we were just waking Scotland up, and now we've got some more reasonably Scottish people who are awake at a more reasonable time. 1, 2, 3. I agree. Baseball-sized eggs would be lovely and cuddly. I strongly encourage you to make some yourself. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, the 11 checks out, but they're not at the back of the row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh well. Well, I've got the right number of stitches, so we'll just say we're back at the start of the row. Stop. Bigger. I know what you're all doing. These eggs are the perfect size. Don't you size shame my eggs. You wait, a cluster of these is going to be big. It is. Or big enough. Honestly, these eggs are already bigger than I'm comfortable with. I am still worried that this size is going to make the cracked egg really hard. But the little faces will be little. And also probably done off stream realistically at this point. So I'm less worried about that. There we go. Look. Perfectly formed miniature egg. Oh, he's so cute and perfectly sized. You know, just like, look how perfectly sized that egg is. It's just, I don't know how I do it. Just get things exactly the right size. I caught that visual learning thing. It was very clever. So you know which end's the real end and which end's the fake end. That's the real end. That's the fake end. All right, we have one perfect little egg. Thank you for the little heart emojis, the reactions. Thank you. I agree. I agree the egg is the perfect size. Now anyone who's just listening to this and not keeping track of chat doesn't understand why I'm doing this and why I suddenly sound like this. It's eggs. Bigger eggs means bigger squish. That is correct. But why are you squishing eggs though? That's not very nice. Hope she is. They just take a long time to do. First time I've caught her live. Does anyone know if she's still going to do her Pokemon game episodes? Hope. Yes, I am. They are. I am. I don't have one currently working, but I have not abandoned the series. Sorry, I say this 2 or 3 times to stream, but that's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm sorry to anyone who's hearing this again. It might even change slightly, but the intention is the same. But yeah, basically they take a long, long time to make and the viewership dropped off, but I want to keep the Pokemon coming. I want to keep working my way through it because I really want to finish the Pokedex. So this is how I'm keeping it going in the meantime and just giving people a little bit more of a break between episodes, giving me a little bit more of a break between episodes because they are quite intensive. But I do love getting asked about that because it's nice to know that there is still love for that series out there. No, big eggs aren't better. These are these are optimally sized eggs. Any smaller, they'd be too small. Any bigger, they'd be way too big. Like these are, I don't know how I've done it, but I've just nailed the right size for these eggs. I'll make the open one in a second, Andy. You just hold your horses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11 and 12. Now he's only really cracked right at the top of his head. Do we agree with that statement? Not Andy, the egg. Please, no one, yeah. So I suppose Andy can verify that for us if we need to. Houseplant-sized Executor with football-sized Exeggcutes. No, see, that would make those Exeggcutes too big for a houseplant. Unless, like, how big are your houseplants? I don't know, when I was a lad, I ate 4 dozen eggs every morning to help me get large. But now that I'm grown, I eat 5 dozen eggs. So I'm roughly the size of a barge. That's the rules of eggs. Loving the comment about my teensy eggs. You leave my tiny eggs alone. Yeah, 14, 15, 16. $17. Wait, was I supposed to do this? No. You guys, you did it. You incepted me. I was making a bigger egg. This egg is 15 around at its widest point. I just went up to 18 at the base. Exactly, large eggs. Oh, I knocked the camera with my foot. See, Wolf Squish admits it. These are large eggs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool, we're back to 12. We're back on track with our perfectly sized eggs. I like the idea of sticking an Executor in a pot. I think that sounds really cute. Plus it removes the biped equation. The biped thing is an issue where I've spoken about this before. If you're making a biped, you have to make them so fat that their butt's on the ground. Like you'll see it in a lot of them. Quadrupeds, it's not so bad because quadrupeds have some stability. So I'm glad I caught that before that went too far because that would have been really, like, I'm sitting here arguing with you about the size of the eggs and then I just casually, accidentally on autopilot make an enormous egg. You're all a bad influence. You're a bunch of bad eggs. Hi, Eileen. Thanks for joining. They're not 18. They're 15. The eggs, stitches around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ah, another perfectly sized egg. And now we do 2 rows of single crochet. He is very cracked. Well, this one will be. I think I'm going to go straight to the cracked egg. Just because, like, if this egg is too small, and it's not, but if it is too small, I want to know now before I make a bunch of eggs. It's like what you guys aren't picturing, I think, right now is 6 of these in a pile. Like, that's a lot of real estate. That's a lot of egg. When you look at, like, next to Voltorb. To scale, these Exeggcutes are going to be huge. It is 5:35 p.m. where I am. problem with center pulls. Thank you. There is nothing better than a good witchy cackle. Like a good ha! Yeah, let it out to the sky. Would it be the worst thing to have one a little large? Oh, Sarah, you make a good point. Maybe I make the middle egg a little bit larger. But let's work on this cracked egg first. I never got to find out what kind of tea that person was making. That was a while ago now. I got too distracted to follow up. Oh, a bunch of times. That finally hit the chat. What do you mean it's tiny compared to Psyduck's beak? Yeah, that's the 2 rows of 15, and now... Oh, did I do 3 last time? I think I did 3 last time. No, I didn't. I didn't do 3 last time. Okay, I might be persuaded to do a larger egg in the middle. Not much larger, just slightly larger, because I'm pretty sure that it's always represented in so many of its sprites as having a larger egg in the middle, like a feature egg. The trunk egg. The double yolker. Why not make the cracked egg the biggest one? I mean, I could, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I just want to see if I can make it work. Where are you attached? Okay, there and there. Cool. 2 more. That middle egg does look very smug. This egg, however, he gonna get you. He gonna get you and your little dog. Oh, Idle Wildly. Was it Wildly? Was it you that I asked about the tea? I asked somebody said they were making tea and I asked them about it and I was genuinely interested. But it got lost in the flow of chat. Everyone, take a lesson from that. Call your mothers. No, it's Mother's Day next Sunday. Okay, I didn't miss it. Whew. It's Mother's Day next Sunday, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like we're going up to row 7. No, yes, no, yes, no, yes. Okay, 1 through 6 is the same. And now what we're going to do is we're going to work this out. We're going to cheat. Oh, we're going to cheat. It's so small we can get away with it. I love that. See, perfectly sized egg. Oh, I love an opportunity to do a little cheat. We're just going to make a separate yoke. We don't need to do it, fuss around with any kind of nonsense or we're just going to call it nonsense for the sake of maintaining our rating. But we're going to just put a yolk inside and then just leave the top open and we can get away with it. Because it's the perfectly sized egg. It came out. Morning alls is the first JS Java Girl, we are well into the second. Our first one we decided to put to one side because while we have all of his pieces, which have sadly come off, we made Parasect. I might leave him on screen so folks can see him. Rather than spend what little time we had left just sewing him together and embroidering spots on and such, we decided that it was better, there we go, better to stop and make something else. So while we had time, because we've been going now for 4.5 hours, nearly 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I love a good cheat. This is gonna be a highly effective cheat too. We're just gonna make a little yolk and we're gonna pop it inside the egg and then we'll do like a little broken shell detail around the opening and it's gonna be great. If it was any bigger, I would have had to have done the built-in yolk type of thing and then reattach to form the shell, but we'll just do it as separate pieces, man. It's gonna be perfect. Mother's Day was March. It's different here, Flushed Phoenix. It's one of the weekends in May. And our Father's Day is in September. With all the eggs, making Manchester tart. I don't know what that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, obviously I know what a tart is, but is a Manchester tart something else? I'm so sorry about the squeak. As I said, I'm not very oily. And that's just gonna frizz my hair right up. I had a hair tie here actually. I might pull my hair back. It's a lot right now. So yeah, it's not really cheating. Don't mind me, I'm just oiling my hook. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is great. I love this. You like the squeak? Okay, well, you've had the squeak for most of the live stream. When multiple people just like, the squeak, I'm just like, oh no, it's annoying people. Hello, Zach the Sunshine. If new people keep arriving, I don't know how I'm going to stop for the day. It's like, oh, friends I recognize, hello. Are you going to fit? I wouldn't want to go much bigger than that. All right, let's just yoke it up. 6 crease. And we're going to say we did 12 around, because we did. Then we're going to finish off, and we're just making the world's smallest little yolk for the world's most perfectly sized egg. This is kind of what I mean when I'm like, oh, like the designing, it's the puzzle, you got to solve it. I'm just like, yeah, I had one plan that would have worked, but at this scale, this is a far more effective solution that's going to mean a lot less pain for me. So like, bonza. Wow, there's a word I've literally never said out loud before. Sorry, oiling your hook is a sentence I never would have expected to hear. Welcome to crochet. They were trying to convince me to stick it up my nose earlier to get the nose oil or sebum. Just a nicer word for oil. But I don't have any. So the hook wasn't going up my nose, but I oiled it with my hair. So we're good. And we'll put the yoki in the eggy. Alright, so now we just need to do the cracked. I'm sorry, the Swedish chef thing amused me far more than it will amuse you guys, but I'm happy. Cracked. Okay, we want a nice crackleness. Say crack again. Crack. Around, let's see, we should have 13 stitches to work with. So we're just going to map it out again here. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13. And we want some nice inconsistent cracking. So we've got like an up and like a down and a down and an up. That gives us a nice crackiness on that side. Let's do 2 in a row here. And lob it off. We don't want it to be too even. So we'll do like a mid and a tall and a tall. Those are 2 talls, those are 2 smalls. Do a regular or a mid there, I guess, and then small, small, tall. I don't know. We're going to try some combination of this. Just to get like the flow. Do I want to go around again and raise the edge and then do that? I think maybe that's the answer. because I was stopping there to leave room for the yolk, but now I don't have to because look, it's in there. I could picot a few times. That's true, picots are an answer. That's a way more effective answer probably. I'm still going to do row 7, same as with the first egg, now that that yolk is in the basket. Oh, it is so much cooler in here without all of that hair. It is like a permanent beanie. A chaos day demands chaos hair. So, all right, and then 3 single crochet. And then, yeah, maybe just some picots around the top, just as like an, that's a really good suggestion. I like that. Yeah. Can we still see the eggy inside? Are we still pleased? Or is that one row too high, you reckon? I think that's one row too high. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. That's the decrease. And single crochet. All right, and we're just gonna work some single crochet picot type stuff. So we'll start with a picot. We'll picot our little hearts out. So we'll go picot, slip stitch, slip stitch. Oh yeah, that's a good broken eggshell. I think that was from Rachel. Or I'm sorry if I've misattributed that. That was fantastic. Go to slip stitches. I want to make sure that it's not too even around. So then we're going to like picot again here. We're going to go 4, so like a big opening gap. Do we want more crackies than that? No, that's good, that's good. This is great. This is coming out fantastic. On our perfectly sized egg that we have mutually designed. Go, go. Pick 4 and pick and 3. Oh, right. Somebody asking about picots. Let me just talk through a picot. So I'm about to do a picot here. I'm going to chain 1, and then I'm going to chain again real tightly, because that's just how I do things. Sometimes you can chain again if you want a larger picot, but I'm specifically doing just little ones. And I'm just going to insert back through that first chain and slip stitch. There's my picot, and then I'm just slip stitching between them. I think I want, oh, do I want one that close? I don't know, guys. You reckon we need one more? It's going to be too late by the time you hear this. Oh, I'm going to do one more. We're going to do 5 little crackies. Honestly, that's pretty accurate, though. We won't do another one. What's fun about that is I'll math that row later and make sure I have the right number of slip stitches. But that's an approximation. Look at that! Look at that perfect little cracked egg! Love it! Hee. Leave that in. What's fun is that there's not even any sewing because like the opening is now narrower than the yolk. The yolk is just in there. It's this perfect little eggy. Okay, so we have 2 eggs. Now we just need a bunch more eggs. The egg that we've mutually mutilated. Isn't that what community is truly about? Alright, so I'm going to make another egg this size, and then we'll make one size larger. And by that I mean we're going to start with 18 single crochet at the widest point instead of 15. for the middle egg. The middle egg can be slightly larger because, I don't know, size inclusivity in eggs or something. Would have been better if I'd missed making the big egg. That's not nice. Oh, at least you would be celebrating my mistake. 4, 5. Do we get a credit? Designed with, yeah, sure. There. I'll make a note. I like to think that I would have arrived there eventually, but I think you guys saved us about half an hour of exploration and frustration, so yay. Oh. I think my chat has frozen. That's okay though, I'm still here. Hopefully some of you are too. You know, if these eggs didn't have faces, I'd go so far as to suggest that you'd get another choice tonight. But, I don't know. We'll see how we feel in 5 eggs time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Because, like, I'm just not getting through all of the Pokemon as quickly as I would have liked. I'm toying loosely. Oh, there we are. Chat just updated. Sarah, I think I'm going to go with designed with assistance. From chat. Yeah, I've been toying with the idea of doing like live week, where every day for a week I go live for the day. It would have to replace the regular video is the only thing. So there'd have to be a hunger for it. But like the idea would be like 7 12-hour days, popping out those Pokemons with a goal of trying to hit, I don't know, 3 a day, 4 a day. So maybe 25 for the week. But that is also quite an intense undertaking. A lot of food prep has to go into a week like that. Oh, posture check. Posture check on me, posture check on all of you. I was turning into a full-on hermit crab. We're gonna stretch out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And a bobby pin. Thanks, Nancy. Chicken eggs in the supermarket come in small, medium, large, German, extra large, and jumbo. Is that meant to be German? Oh, large? I don't know. Sometimes, especially the jumbo eggs, have double yolks. Yeah, double yolkers are totally a thing. I've been spoiled because I don't eat a lot of eggs here in the city, but I grew up on a farm with chickens. Chickens. And like, yeah, there's the full cross section of egg sizes, and you get to see them. And like double yolkers are no, like that. That's a lot of egg. Aw. I made an egg that was stripy and my son decided it was a bee, so he ended up with tiny wings. That's adorable, Holly. He'll say, sign you guys up to do it with me, so you have to be there for all 7 days. Get your bingo card. You could fill it out with your own Pokemon. You can get bingo if you uncover the right number. Alliances would form. They all need the Pikachu, so they have to uncover every yellow square they can find. Not that there's necessarily a Pikachu under this yellow square. So none of this represents what's under the yellow square today. But, you know what I mean? It's like... Alliances formed. The community tore itself apart. See, chickens are kind of delightful, but also kind of scary. If you've ever seen them hunt and eat a mouse, you will understand what I'm talking about. Because until that moment, it's hard to fathom the levels of chicken-flavoured rage that a chicken is capable of. You see the dinosaur. You do. You see the dinosaur when you see them hunt and eat live prey. And that's not me saying we released mice. It's just the feed shed had mouse in it. The feed shed had at least one mouse in it at one point. And watching them pounce, then, oof, it's very violent. It's very violent. It's somehow worse and better than what you're imagining. You always vote pink, hoping for moo. Excuse me. Bye, Eileen. Thanks for hanging out. I'm sorry, my voice is just gone. Lane, you'll never get Mew. I'm so sorry. We've already made Mew. 1 second. I feel the need to... Not that. That is the Pokedex, but that's the wrong screen. Look, see down here? At the bottom there? There it is. We've got under Flareon, we have Mew already. We already have her. She won't come up in this, I'm so sorry. Maybe I should start adding into the description which ones we've done and haven't done. I have tried to actually put stuff in the description this time. So like, efforts are being made, but I didn't go into the specifics of listing all of them. But maybe we do. Maybe I start doing that. There is a character limit, but there should be enough to list them all. I don't really put a lot in my descriptions. Just housekeeping mostly. I'm wondering if in future, instead of doing, like, don't get me wrong, I like the colour square game, but we can change it up at some point if we wanted to, and I'll just show the Pokedex grid that I just had up a second ago and highlight squares and just be like, pick one of the squares. And yeah, I just think that that could be another fun way to pick what we're doing. Yeah. Today I was just hoping for at least something that will be visible on the thumbnail for next time. And we did, we got Parasect, so that's great. That's really good. Because the thumbnail cuts out a lot of the details. What are you doing, ma'am? Decreasing in 3. You are executing a perfect count without trying. That's what you're doing. You are incredible. Okay. Oh no. Noted here, Master. I'm so sorry that your modelling app crashed. Yeah, I was just like standing here going, save your work, save your work. I hope you did. Oh, that's true, Benevolent Dinosaur. You could, oh. Thank you very much, Darcy. Well, which one's the Eggy? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's the correct number, right? It's so weird having such odd random numbers in these eggs. Like, none of them are like round. I suppose they're egg shaped. Because they're eggs. Things with fins and wings and legs. They lay eggs. Surely that's not copy. That can't possibly be any kind of anything that anyone would flag. I'm sure that's fine. Again, what are we doing? What are we doing? Well, we're not moving our stitch marker, which is our first error in judgment here. That's the decrease, that's a single crochet. We have done 1, 2, 3, 4. We've done 5 for some reason, and that should be 4 and then a decrease. Okay, we're back on track. We've got this, everybody. Or you could use the Pokedex description of the... Wait, okay, hang on. What? I love that idea. I've missed an idea. I could always do a wheel. I could do a wheel. Yeah, wheels are fun. I do like the idea of you guys getting a little bit more of a choice though, which is why I've come up with the colour thing. Maybe I'll do types in future. But I also need some modicum of control because, I mean, it obviously backfired on me today with Parasect, but the idea being that like I'm trying to pick ones that like, if I have time to do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, I've got the right stitch count, so I suppose I did something right there. If I have time to do one massive one and one little one, then I'll make sure that I've got choices for that there. But with Parasect today, I thought he would take less time than he did, but we had to frog a lot of it, and that added a lot of time to it. So he kind of blew out my count here. I thought we would get through 3 options easily today. But I'm really lucky, and you guys picked the only options with 1 Pokemon behind them. The other 2 both have 2. Benevolent Dinosaur, yes, it was the Play School song. The smaller at the top and the bigger at the bottom. Yeah, exactly. This is kind of like a Who's That Pokemon, but I could do like a little silhouette option, or I could introduce types so you guys have a little bit more of an idea. Particularly as, like, I hate the idea of people constantly picking yellow, hoping for example, Pikachu. That would, yeah, it's just like happiness is found when expectation meets reality. So it's important that I set the expectations properly, and you guys have the most information you can to make the choices that you want to make. Yeah, nobody wants to pick purple hoping for Venomoth just to be, like, forced to watch 6 hours of Nidoqueen. So, yeah. No, your idea of the boxes. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. I like the boxes. Because, like, I feel like the boxes also gives a hint. Anybody who's, like, a hardcore Pokemon fan is going to be like, okay, yeah, that box would have to be mathing it out. That number, which would be this person or this Pokemon. And anybody who doesn't really mind so much would just be like, oh, that box is right in the middle of nowhere. Let's do that. Or that box fills in that gap. Let's try that. And so, like, I feel like there's something in there for everybody, which is kind of what I'm trying to aim for here. The people who are just here to crochet, the people who are here to chill out with us, the people who are here to watch me create my own tiny army of darkness. It's a little bit for something for everyone. Okay, second tiny egg achieved. Oh, sorry, second appropriately sized egg achieved. Have you heard of the Who's That Pokemon but the answers are wrong challenge? Okay, I didn't know it was strictly a challenge, but I have been watching a lot of, I think it's like Zane Games or something recently. He has this really funny Pokemon quiz. I found it on TikTok, but it's funny. It makes me laugh. Like Snom, but he's not afraid anymore. I cackled. Yeah, cool. So people are loving the box idea. Maybe I'll give that a go next time. Gengar? We've got Gengar, don't we? I know we have Gengar. I think he's here even. Unless I moved him. Did I put him up there somewhere? Yeah, I can see his eyeball. Gengar's here. He's just up there. We've got Gengar. He was one of the very first ones. I think he was my starter in the very first Gen 1. I catch it. I make it. Like the very first one in this series. Gengar is the boy who started it all. By the way, the playlist to all of those is linked in the description, just in case anybody's looking for something to watch. Yeah, hours of content. Content finding its feet. Oh, I've left my headband on the desk. Content finding its feet, but content nonetheless. All right, we're going to do Big Egg. You guys wanted Big Egg? We're going to do Big Egg. Okay, we're just going to use the current pattern as a guide for how we're going to increase. So we'll get up to 18 single crochet, and then we'll probably do 3 rounds of 18 instead of the 2 rounds of 15 we were doing. So means it's basically 1 row wider as well as 1 row taller, and then we will narrow off the same way. It should make a substantially larger egg, like visibly larger, but still in keeping with our other little dudes. Aw, JS Java Girls, hubby arrived with coffee. My guess is that the brown is either Doug Trio or Dodrio. Okay. Both of those are brown. Yeah. It's like I said, I will just make sure that this exact yellow square and this exact brown square are available as options, and by that I mean what's behind them, in the next one. And I might just, oh no, we're going to change to maybe the purple square one. Okay. Because we're going to give the Pokedex square thing a go next time, I will still reveal what was behind these other 2 boxes, these choice boxes, today. So, because we're definitely not making any more tonight, I'm so sorry. You got Parasect and Exeggcute today. I'm going to I'm gonna keep going after this, but just for anyone who's been hanging out for 5 hours and needs some closure, let's head over to the choices, which is here somewhere. I think I clicked and moved it as well, so just bear with me while I readjust the screen. Or not. Oh, the Pokedex is selected now. Just causing havoc in my own house. And I'm gonna reveal what's behind the boxes. I might trick you guys with a shiny, but I think it'd be counterproductive because, as I said, expectation and reality. All right. I am going to, first of all, reveal what's behind the brown because it's not a big mystery to anybody who was here previously. It's these guys again. I told you, they're going to keep showing up until you let me make them because I need to get them done. Yeah, exactly, Emily. I understand. You've got to scratch the wrinkles of your brain. I get it. I don't want to leave anyone suffering. If we were going to do this exact same method next week, I would have left it and you guys could have picked it or not. But yeah, we're going to give the purple squares, the Pokedex selector method a try. So I may as well reveal these. So then, yeah, see Zach the Sunshine, just obviously your question has been answered organically by what's going on in the stream. And then under yellow, there was 2 different Pokemon under the yellow. Because honestly, they would have been the exact same thing, just in a slightly different configuration. I'm just curious to see. I'm wondering if any of you have guessed what's under here. Please tell me that I put something under here. Oh my goodness, where are they? Okay, good. And we would have made Victory Bell and Weeping Bell because they're basically the same thing, just one's up one way and one's up the other. So that's what would have happened if yellow had won. Yellow came very close to winning that second poll. Well, that first poll, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And there. Now, I hope you guys will not abandon me now that I've revealed my secrets. And I'm going to swap back to the maker screen. And I'll show that again at the end, just in case anybody stepped out for a second. But yeah, so next week I'll pick some Pokedex squares and we'll find out together what we're making. 1, 2, 3. 11, 12, cool, we're up to 12. Now we're going up to 18. Because we're good like that. I'm glad to see there's some enthusiasm for Doug Trio there because like last time I got ew Doug Trio. Run away, run away. So this is the big egg. We're making big egg now. Big boss in charge egg. Hey, Jill got it right. You see, I have a fondness for Doug Trio. You teach that little... Oh, excuse me, censoring myself. You teach that sucker. I think Earthquake? I think Earthquake is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Plus he has Dig. Dig is useful, okay? Dig is helpful. 2, 3, 4. And I think he gets Arena Trap as well, which is fantastic when hunting. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18. Yeah, cool. So we are 18 around. It's 3 stitches wider. 3. It's many wide when we're talking at the scale we're talking. Awesome, Zach. Good to have you on board. Do you prefer a difficult Pokemon for the challenge of how to make it or easy ones to make because it's quick? Well, I'm still getting used to the whole streaming thing. I'm getting more comfortable with it now, but basically with any of I've gone through and I've sorted all the Pokemon into how easy or difficult I think they are. And so today I did specifically try and include some medium difficulty ones, whereas last week I specifically made sure that they were all easy ones. It's just a matter of like how much engagement I can give the chat while working on something that requires a lot of shaping and a lot of frogging, and the high difficulty factor makes it really hard to talk to you guys and stay chatty. So it's just, I'm slowly cranking the difficulty up, and basically over time we'll discover if there are some that just can't be done on a live stream, or we have a pre-written, like a pre-agreed upon thing that I will have some quiet music going in the background and I'm sitting here focusing, and you guys can sit there and watch if you'd like to, but I we'll previously agree that maybe that's not a day that I can be super chatty because I'm making a life-sized Gyarados, you know? Whereas like any day I'm making Electrode, I'm gonna be a chatty that day. We're making a ball. You guys worried about Mr. Bones? I'm sure he's fine. Just, he's here strictly as a volunteer, and you guys are very well behaved. I think he might have taken a nap. And I didn't steal it, I just walked past his desk. He left it unattended, it's not my fault. Will I attach the eggs to each other? Of course! Of course, of course, of course. It's like asking if I'll sew Kangaskhan's baby into its pouch. Of course I will. That's like I also intend to sew Parasect's legs on, in case you're worried about that. Assembly will happen. Oh, this egg is many big. Many big egg. Oh, you miss him. I'm sorry. He'll enjoy knowing that, but yeah. He got into the bag of candy we had in the cupboard, and he put himself into a sugar coma and he fell asleep. I'll check on him later, but I'm sure he's fine. Okay, look, a nana nap. Again, one of life's little luxuries. As a little kid, you think a nap is a pain in the butt, but nah. As the older you get, the more you realise that naps are great. That nap is going to fuel him into a long evening of gaming, and I intend to join him. It should be great fun. Aw, Holly back with the crab love. Is that 3 already? That's 3 rows. So there we go. They might have, that's true. The bobby pins could have gone up the vacuum. That has been known to happen. Is this egg now too big? No, I actually think this egg is perfectly proportioned. It's another perfect egg. I'm just nailing my eggs today. Why do I always write that down like that? There we go. I fixed it. We're going to do a decrease by 3, and then we can get back to that. Okay, we're good. We're good. We got this. We're in control. We are doing great. We're gonna break our stream record, which is good. So if I finish these eggs and I get their faces all on them, and we still have time left, I'll sew the crab boy together, and then I'll just do the spots off stream. So that's the plan. Naps epic. Naps are epic. Four. "99% of your online friends are crocheters and they're the best." Yeah. It's like a filtering system. You gotta have patience, you gotta be able to count. And you gotta have kind of a dark sense of humour, to be perfectly honest. See, Emily, I feel like naps can go one of 2 ways. Either you wake up feeling so shiny and new, or you wake up wondering what year it is. And it doesn't matter if it's been 2 minutes or 17 hours, you just wake up completely disoriented. So like, naps are a risky proposition sometimes. Well, naps are also restorative, so. I'm sorry, Laura. Oh, toddlers just are the duality of man, right? She spent 2 hours playing and then just 2 to 4 hours screaming because she was tired. I'm just like, if you could just communicate with the little person that if they just shut their eyes, they would feel so much better. The pain goes away. But you can't. They're too far gone down the chain of screams. Hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. It's been a while. I should get like a little automated message that pops up to remind me, but it can remind you guys too. And then that's row 6, 7, 8, 9. So we'll do 6 to 9 of the regular egg. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Ooh. This is nice. This is just a really nice way to spend the day. I get permission to just focus in on my projects with no distraction, well, no disruptions. You guys can be fairly distracting, but I like you, so it's fine. Yeah, it's just nice. Let's just chill. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 and 6. I'm going to start using my stitch marker again like a responsible adult. Have to go to bed. Oh, well, Darcy Rose, I understand. I don't know if either of these are going to get like properly finished on camera today, but Discord, Patreon, next week's stream, they will be on camera and you can see them then. Okay, so I low-key love the tick sound that a vacuum makes as it sucks up bobby pins. So that might give you all some insight as to where my bobby pins have gone. Hello. And is currently finding the creepiest thing on YouTube and telling us it's fine, it's just imagination. Oh gosh. Ooh. Yep, hydrate, stretch, fix your posture, save your work. Being a human is hard, guys, with so much maintenance to do. I suppose it's better than any of the alternatives, but still. Sorry, I have entered the bounce zone. I'll be back in a minute. Oh. Better? I was asked when did Charmander start staring into their souls. Honestly, Psyduck is having a bit of a reaction over there as well. Also, the hermit crab makes a lot less sense now that we're not working on Parasect. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, wrong. Should be 11. So those are both single crochet. It's egg whisking or yarn winding noise. Oh, I've just broken free from work over blocking this. Oh, well, I'm glad that I'm helping you get your homework done. Homework is important. We should do it, if you have any. Like, it's been a while since I've had homework, but technically all my work is homework, so... Because I think homework is just about, like, self-directed discipline, structure, all that jazz. I've impressed myself thus far with my ability to stay relatively on task and on schedule for the last almost 2 years. Wow. Okay. I mean, the channel's obviously been around longer than that, but I've been full-time since July 2022. So, like, that's wow. That's a long time. There's our big egg. He's perfectly sized. Another perfectly sized egg. Hello to France. Side of being sick is being able to watch me live. Oh, well. Stay well, Lulubelle. Watch the replays. There's less mucus. 4 decrease, 3 decrease. Right, guys, you're going to help me remember that row, right? We're going to do 4 single crochet, and then a decrease, and then 3 single crochet, and then a decrease. It's 4. Sorry, sometimes my audio memory is stronger than my visual memory. So saying it out loud helps me remember what to do. Then I can just replay the sound clip, you know? There we go. Oh, uniquely Sarah, 3:20 a.m. You are in that. We remember we agreed 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. Both morning people and evening people are asleep. Might make it one of the official rules of my chat. If it's 3 a.m., go to bed. Oh, you're the teacher? Oh my goodness. You're correct. Marking is a completely different ballgame. Depending on what you're marking, you can make it a literal drinking game. Not that I'm condoning such an activity, but just saying you could. Maybe not on a Monday night. That's probably a bit much. Yeah, sometimes they don't make sense until you say them out loud. It's just like, yeah, you gotta like audio, like different parts of your brain, people. I don't know why I pointed at my nose, but different parts of your brain. It checks out. It checks out unless somebody corrects me, in which case I would love to be educated, because then I'll ramble about the new thing that I've learned instead. Thank you, Darcy Rose. just typed it into the chat. It's very helpful. It's 5:21 a.m. and you've been awake all night. Yeah, but you've been playing with your 3D printer, right? Your 3D project. And so, like, that's different. That's productive. I mean, it's better than the night I accidentally found my yarn tangled at 8 p.m. and then I had work the next day. At 6 a.m. I was still up trying to untangle that yarn and I was nearly in tears and just covered in brown fluff. And it was like a $2 ball of yarn. It was not worth, but like the amount of effort that went into it. I didn't even have a TV show on. I just was like, oh, I'll just get it untangled and then I can sleep. I was so tired. I was so tired I couldn't break free of the thought of it'll be untangled soon. It has to be. That tangled up ball of yarn moved house with me 3 times before Mr. Bones convinced me to get rid of it. And free myself of the yarn demon. Sorry, big egg. Big egg. And then this guy will go here. We'll just start pinning them together a little bit so you guys can get a feel for the scale. So big egg. And then like we got one here-ish. They might be slightly more tightly clustered for me than they are in the sprite, but I think we'll make it work. And then we have broken egg back there. Well, see, I think there's a lot of crossover between 3D printing and crochet because I like literally to design the pattern, you're breaking it down into horizontal slices in a way. Like I get that we don't have to deal with scaffolding or the same materials, but like the idea of visualizing something 3-dimensional in 2-dimensional slices all the way up, it's the same process as designing. You're just visioning it as, it's just that we're then the printers. Okay. We have 4 of our 6 eggs, and I think it's looking delightfully eggy. Large egg in the middle was another great idea. So like we've already discussed that chat gets a credit on this particular pattern. Excellent, excellent. I'm getting the validation I need from the chat. I know the eggs are perfect sizes. I could see the vision. This is going to be, honestly, the most optimally sized, wonderful thing. It's going to sit in your hand and you're just going to know it's a wonderful object. Ah, good morning to Germany, to Devil's Coffee Mug. The names, guys. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if somebody named Pulsating Maggot knows the impact they've had on me, but that name has lived rent-free in my head now for 3 weeks. It just makes me laugh every time I think about it. And that's just because it was either the first or second chat. Somebody made just an idle comment that I saw and I responded to, and their name was Pulsating Maggot. And there was... I think that's really funny. It's vivid. It's visceral. Sure, you say that now, Holly. Now your team eggs are the perfect size. No, it's good. Somebody providing the opposition of telling me the eggs were the wrong size. Just because I was so sure they were the right size, and wasn't questioning myself even when others were questioning me, I was even more confident that no, the eggs were the right size. Because they would be too big if I made them all the big size. But like these small ones, look at how like a perfect of a little thing this is. Hi to the Netherlands. I'm accidentally making Zach the Sunshine broody. No, these are my eggs. Someone in a game 5 years ago named Bloody Farts, and I'll never forget. Oh my gosh. Exactly. It's just sometimes like all the names like relatively normal, like human-y sounding names. Even stuff like, okay, Zach the Sunshine. Clearly an element of nickname or moniker in there, but that's fine. That's good. It's still Zach. It's still a human-esque name. Let's not go too far. But like it's. Let's just get pulsating maggot. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What am I doing? Another little egg. Yep, cool. We're going up to 15 now. Thank you, Eagle Ironic. I too am loving these perfectly sized eggs. Honestly, this is one of the more satisfying ones that I've made, possibly because like each one is its own like perfect little nugget of goodness. Whereas sometimes they don't come together straight away, so I very rarely get to see them looking like realizing the vision this early on in the make. So yeah, it's been really nice. Oh, I just realized that we never finished naming Parasect. Were we sticking with Shermit? Shermit? And we gotta name the eggs too. Are they Egbert? Do we have to name them individually? Does each face get a name of its own? Sorry, Zach, but you come to play. Yeah. It was like I can see a broody chicken from a kilometer radius. Yeah, see, I like Shermit. I think Shermit's a great name for him. So, how would you start going about making a pseudo dragon from D&D? I don't know what a pseudo dragon is. I'm sorry. Benedict. Oh my goodness, yes. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Our Exeggcute is named Benedict. Because he's Eggs Benedict. That's too perfect. It's too great. It's too wonderful. Alright, cool. Drink some water, please. Thank you, Danny. Marietta, I will remember that. Thank you. It's one of the first things I asked when this guy came up in the game. Was does the cracked egg have a face? I will make sure that they each get their individual faces. At the moment, what I'm thinking is we'll make this egg, we'll make the other egg, because the eggs themselves are taking like 10 minutes each. We'll pin them both together so you guys can get a proper visual on what they will look like, and then I'll just do all of like the sewing off stream, because the night is starting to close in, and poor Mr. Bones would probably really like to make some noise. So yeah, we'll wrap it up at that point. So we've probably still got 20 minutes so here. So yeah, that's the thought. So last time it was fun. I stopped streaming and then I turned on YouTube to find something to watch, and I realized that Jazza was streaming for like the first time in forever. So I was like, I should have sent you guys over there as a raid. I don't know if any of you guys watched Jazza. He was doing some idea brainstorming, which inevitably just turns into you guys naming animals at me. Sometimes characters I've not heard of, but it's not always the most productive of conversations. It's always nice to hear what you guys want to make, though. Like, it is it's good and it's valuable. It's just there's a bit of a difference in our crowds, I think. Yep, Parasect's name is Shermit. I really liked it. It's like mushroom and hermit crab. So I just think that's a wonderful name for our little mushroom crabby dude. And who knows, once we get a few more of them made and filling out the Pokedex, we'll be able to like look at it and be like, right, let's just complete that line by working those two that are missing. So like in this case, it would be Paras. We'd finish the Parasect line by making a little Paras. 3. Oh yeah, he could have little crossed out eyes. I love that. So the pitch there from Eagle Ironic is to give this guy little X eyes. We're going to be doing that. That's going to happen. Though apparently, as somebody said earlier, the Pokedex entry is that he gets more cracked the closer they get to evolving, which I just think is really dark. Okay. Starting to lose our grip here a little bit. Let's just move that up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many are we doing? There's the decrease. Okay. So we were doing that row. Sorry, guys. It's a little different to have the pattern in front of you to having it over there, actually. I'm not writing anything down anymore. I can just prop it up there. That's so much easier. Oh my goodness, why didn't I do that an hour ago? Yeah, okay. 1. Decrease. 5. I don't know if, sorry, I see some questions about the Jazza streaming thing. I think he was maybe just looking for information from his audience as opposed to committing to streaming. So not like, I considered like this streaming as in like, I'm just here doing stuff on camera, chilling out with chat. He was having a very like directed conversation. He's going through something I think everybody creative goes through at a certain point, particularly if that the creation is their job and they've scaled up, particularly to the level he has. It's just me providing unsolicited opinions where like, yeah, you can kind of like lose sight of your true north a little bit. So he was just like trying to reconnect with the audience, which is nice. This has been really good for me to reconnect with you guys. Makes it less of a me throwing stuff out into a YouTube void and hoping that it comes back as a thumbs up, you know, and it's a little bit more like a conversation. It's like, I recognize the names now. We get to hang out. You guys named my hermit crab. You guys named my crab. Like, that's community. Naming each other's crabs. We're gonna move right on. We're gonna move right along from that one. Crinking the neck from all the turning. Yeah, exactly. I won't be doing this the whole time. I'll be able to do this because the camera's there. My pen's there. Ah. Yeah, it's like, it's different if I'm writing stuff down. I need to have it like where my right hand is. I'm just tucking myself back in. But yeah, because I'm just making eggs, not bacon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. Could the little dragon with the coin be a pseudo-dragon? I don't know what a pseudo-dragon is still. I know, I missed the explanation. I'm sure it was provided. Nice. Okay, and one more row. Oh, that's great to hear, Nancy. I'm so glad that you're learning stuff. Oh, Becky, I'm so glad that you got to see the Parasect one then. Because, like, we had this conversation a little bit earlier, but, like, Legends Arceus has apparently put a lot of people off our little mushroom crabs. And, yeah. It's like, you managed to stumble across... I managed to find the one Parasect fan out there. And connect them with us making Parasect. It's kismet. So we'll pin this leg in. So he'll go there. We have just one more little eggy to go. My brain keeps going, call them Benedict. You know, like each one, but like no, they're Benedict. Eggs Benedict. Oh, that's such a good name. I'm next, like if I play Pokemon and I catch Exeggcute, I'm naming them Benedict. Okay, Pseudo Dragon is basically a dragon of small size, so most of the dragon crochets so far could work, that's true. I make a lot of little dragons. The fairy dragon in particular, the Beady Boy is still back there as well, but like, I make a lot of little dragons. I want to make more. I want to make all the dragons from How to Train Your Dragon, but then I remember how many dragons that actually is, and I realize that it's not manageable, and I do something else instead. But I'm thinking about doing maybe a 24-hour challenge where I make as many as I can, or I like set my eyes on just the main cruise dragons, but then like I'd never get to make those derpy little guys that I think they're like the deadly somethings or something. The derpy little guys that run around the village like chasing chickens and whatnot. Just like the goofy looking dudes are great. They're really nice. They're really cute. Oh, awesome. Oh, see, now my book is against the camera and the camera's shaking again, but we're all just going to have to get over it. Yeah, cool. Apparently I'm changing lives out here with Yarn Under, but it does make a difference. It does. I started doing it, and even though I forget sometimes, like I'd say 10% of my stitches are still yarn over. Tighter, more interlocking stitches, cuter squares. It's a preference thing, but this is my preference. There's too many dragons. I'm busy making 1,000 of some other kind of creature. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know if you've seen the TV show or the book series that goes with those How to Train Your Dragon books, but like there is at least 100 of them. It's not a small undertaking, and I know I'll have to put a pattern out for all of them. So if I could just like, even if I just did like the core cruise dragons, you know, just like 4 or 5, like little mini series, or I did the little mini ones, I think that could be really cute. I'm hurrying up. 2, 3. Yeah, Deadly Nat is Astrid's dragon. The big jawed ones with the giant legs. I'm talking about like they're little, they're like chicken sized, you know? But they've got like a ridiculous name. They're like the something nightmare. Are they the Terrible Terrors? I think they're Terrible Terrors. We'll look up Kylie's dragons after stream ends and hack a pattern. Yeah, go pattern hack away. Goodness knows I've got enough pieces out there. Someone may as well use them. Looking forward to Snorlax. Oh, I love Snorlax. I have Snorlax earrings for when I'm having a Snorlax day. Are they in here? I shouldn't be stopping in the middle of stream to rummage through my desk. But, that's Gyarados. Anyway, I have Snorlax earrings somewhere. I'm wearing the Gengars today. You won't be able to see them properly. Hang on. I'm going to take my earring out. They're little Gengars. And I was in a Gengar kind of mood today. Sometimes it's a Snorlax day. And sometimes you got to wear the Snorlaxes. Yeah, Terrible Terrors. Nailed it. It's like I knew it was like a really overblown name for what they were, but really they're just like little mischief. Little chaos. Yeah, I watched a lot of the TV show, but I think I missed some of it because sometimes the watch order isn't super clear. Really respect the very grown-up direction they took that whole trilogy though, which is not something you'd normally find in the, because like the first one is very much like one of those very aimed at children's type of stories, but it ended up very epic in scale. And I just respect that. I do. The Night Terrors of Ditto Mr. Mime. My fiance has a Snorlax t-shirt that says don't do it. You made a horse head bookmark, okay. As in like hobby horse cute, or as in like the mafia leaving a horse on somebody's bed? No, I can actually shout out the shop I got those earrings from if you wanted. I bought them. This was unsolicited. They are Jolly Creations. Can we see? Well, let me get that on camera. Turn that up the right way. There we go. This is where I got my earrings from. They are an Etsy store. I believe they're Australian. I think they're based in Melbourne, but like, I got like 4 or 5 pairs. I wear them all the time. They've never irritated my ears, and I am nickel sensitive, so I can vouch for that at least, or at least for the ones that I got. But yeah, support small artists. Cool, so that's those 2 rows of 15. We are closing in. We're about the halfway point of this second egg. I'll hydrate in a second, Emily, okay? I promise. There we go. End of the row. Rat 9991. You could do it as like a horse head and then have like blood as like a red bookmark. That just amuses me. And we're going to decrease. And 1. Good luck, Laura. Speaking of terrible terrors, I have to get the oldest up for school. I don't recall which series I saw. It might even be both. What I actually really liked is that there wasn't a significant dip in quality. All that I really noticed was there were fewer like background dragons running around. There was very Dragon of the Week, and like I was fine with that. I know I missed some though, and so like that's what I need to like go back and fill the gaps in for. Maybe that's my homework for before I'm allowed to make them. Cool, we got the right number of stitches. I'm good with that. And then we're gonna do 2 more rows. Then we're just gonna do a little bit of pinning and we're good. Nerdateer Master, we should get shirts printed. Hydrate, stretch, fix your posture, save your work. Not necessarily in that order, because imagine if you go to get a drink and you knock the water bottle over and then you knock it over onto your computer and you haven't saved your work. So maybe we save our work first. the one with Hiccup. And the Night Fury, which is actually just a giant cat. Nice. And then one more row. I'm glad you guys are capable of amusing yourselves because I've gotten a little bit focused on just getting this done now. It's probably a good thing that the eggs didn't come up during Easter because like I would have very easily been convinced to make them like tropical egg themed. As in like stripes and spots for Easter, pastel colours, dress them all up. Just like that wouldn't have been suitable for entry into our Pokedex and I would have just had to make them again later. Hi Kiki the Kiwi Kitty. That's alright, we're probably wrapping up now anyway. We'll be definitely done in the next 15, so. Would I ever make something from Studio Ghibli? I love Studio Ghibli, so yes, absolutely I would. Been extra hydrating ever since I nearly dehydrated from dehydration. Yeah, you gotta watch out because like all of the lights in your like internal warning panel, your dashboard will start flashing. Like you've got a headache, you'll be tired, you'll be cranky, you'll be like everything will hurt, you'll feel terrible, and it won't occur to you to take a sip of water. But as soon as you have a glass of water, it's like all those little buzzes go away, and you're like, oh yeah, that was the problem. It's like people who get hangry, they don't necessarily, or like they slowly descend into hangriness. And they don't notice that they're getting that way. It's just like the people around them are just like, why are you so mean right now? And then you eat a snack and you're just like, oh, right, I was just hungry. It's a Snickers ad. Okay, so the exact position of these eggs might wander around a little bit, but this is the gist. The eggy gist. Isn't that great? They obviously all need their faces, but I just think that's wonderful. I think it's perfectly sized. I just think that's great. So we'll just pin our little crabby boy back together. There's some of his legs. There's another one. And another one. Okay, cool. We've got all his legs. So we'll pin him back together just for anybody who missed that. So he will have a lot of pins in his back from where I marked out the spots originally. So let's take our time and do this properly, shall we? Go. And just like with the previous ones, this replay will be left up for anybody who's interested in watching that. Feel free to leave me a comment. I do come back and read them. I don't have a lot of time to respond to a lot of them, but I definitely read them. At least for the first couple of days. Make sure nothing's gone terribly wrong. There's a lot of extra pins in these legs. There we go. Two of them, and we'll put the other two in on the other side. So where we've got friends. Oh, sorry, Sabrina. Well, the replay is going to still be here. So yeah, as my homework, at some point during the next week, before the next stream, I'll find time to sew these guys together and finish giving them their details. But I think this is a good way to, maybe this becomes what we do. We make our pieces so you guys get the gist. And then we do a reveal when we do our Pokedex at the start of the next one. So those are the two we got most of the way through today. Guys, I cannot explain the satisfaction from this. I don't know what it is about it, but it's just great. It's just phenomenal. It's just so perfect as for what it is. Don't get me wrong, I love Parasect, but this is great. And part of it is that I haven't screwed it up yet by putting the face on, but we'll get there. I'll practice a lot on the broken egg. Okay. Right. Bye everyone. Video will be out on Thursday. I'll probably be back online for this time window next week as well. I think that it's going to settle down into be our regular time. So I hope to see some of you next Monday afternoon. For me anyway. Bye.